Hey everyone, welcome back to the channel. I'm Vetrivel Ravi and I hope you all doing great. And today I'm going to walk you through a powerful full stack AI project that blends creativity and code. An AI room interior designer powered by Next.js, Clerk Authentication, Prisma, and Firebase Storage, and an AI model hosted on Hugging Face. So we are going to create our own AI model. This project lets users to upload a photo of their room, choose a room style like minimalist, vintage, boho, and even cyberpunk, and watch how AI transform their space instantly with a new design, all while keeping track of their favorites and popular designs and multiple filtering options. So now let me demonstrate how to create our own AI model and what we are using. So we are using the Hugging Face free space where we can write our own Python script and we can deploy our AI model, and we can use this hyperlink and in order to run with our full stack web application, right? So while we are developing the project, I will explain each and line by line code why we are using and all these things. When it comes to the full stack landing page, so we having this awesome landing page, and when if the user wish to generate, he needs to authenticate in our site. So we are using the Clerk authentication for seamless authentication. So all you have to do is to choose an email account or Apple or any mail account. Just you have to verify your email and then you're good to go. So in this case, I'm going to use my own Gmail account. There we go. So once it has been authenticated, we can able to see the user profile button at the top over there, right? And this is completely responsive. This site is completely responsive, and you can see we having this the seamless animations. We are using the framer motion. So this landing page, this awesome landing page, I watched a YouTube video and then I built exactly the same as that landing page, because for this particular project this landing page is quite good. So I dropped the link in the description so you can go ahead and watch the complete the landing page. They have a multiple landing page in their channel, so please go ahead and watch it and you can learn most attractive landing pages by yourself. Now once the user get in, if they want to generate, they can click generate, or they can directly go to the dashboard that will take the user to that specific page. There we go. These are the fields that the user needs to give in order to generate the images. If you can see, these are the images which I have already generated. All you have to do is to choose the room style. So let me say living room, and let's say modern, and this is the place where we are going to upload the user image. You have to upload your own images, and this supports drag and drop, and also all you have to do is to just click it, or you can choose the drag and drop images as well. As so in this case, I'm gonna bring my files. Let me bring my files folder over here. There we go. And from the downloads, I'm gonna choose my own image which I have already downloaded. Okay, let me choose this one, or okay, I'll go with this one. Let me drag and drop this one over here. So we are using the Firebase storage in order to upload the images. So the images will be uploaded automatically to our Firebase storage, and we are giving the push notification for the user, alert notification for the user, the files are being successfully uploaded. If the user wants to delete it, he can directly delete this image from the Firebase itself, right? So in order to analyze this, I just need to this is going to be office room, right? So let's say home office room. So I'm just going to say make this, or we can use the chat GPT to generate a more elegant prompt. So let me paste the sample prompt which I have already generated from the chat GPT, right? And all you have to do is to click this generate. So since we're using the free tier, it will take some time to analyze the image. You have to wait and you should not close the browser. So I'm just going to click generate. So you can track this progress all by getting into here, into your Hugging Space model, and click the log. There you can see that particular the progress, right? So as I said, it's a free tier. It will take some time to like a couple of minutes in order to finish this complete process. So let's wait until it successfully finish it. And so now you can see it's get started. So it needs to go the 10 different steps in order to generate this image. So let's wait until it's successfully generated. Mostly it will take a couple of minutes, not more than 5 minutes, right? Because we are trying to generate an HD image on a free tier. But if you are increasing their pricings and all the upgrade your configurations, you might able to generate more ultra HD images, uh, and the progress time will also be a little bit faster. So since we are running our own AI model on a free tier, I think this is more suitable for this particular project itself. So let's wait until it's successfully generated. I'm going to pause this. Okay, then, so now it is successfully completed all the 100% image generation. It will be returned soon. So let's see. It's taking some times. Yep, here we go. And now we can see we have this the before and after slider, like how the image looks before and after regeneration, how does it looks. So you can see this is the image which I uploaded, and this is the image which is generated. You can see it's all about the prompt, how the prompt, whatever the prompt you're supplying, based on the prompt only the image generation will be more clean. And we are not getting the ultra HD image because of the free tier only. So now it is generated successfully. All I have to do is to save this process. So I can just click this, save this result. It is going to save this result in our PostgreSQL. We are using Postgres in order to save this, and you can see this is the new image which we generated. It should be here. Okay, it is not arranged properly. Okay, it's here. This is the one. This is the one image which we generated right now, right? And the user can able to see all the designs which is created by the other users. Also, all you have to do is to go to the designs page, and he can able to see all the designs which is created by the other users, and we can able to sort them by the popularity, most popular. So all the liked images will be on the top of that, and it will be arranged based on the dates as well. You can sort the data based on the date, bring the newest one on the top. You can see we can keep the newest one on the top, and you can keep the least popular. You can filter all those options, and you can see all the liked one will be at the end of the list. And if I wish to like this design, so all I can say is simply click this, and it will be marked as a liked one, right? So, and you can see the how many people like this generation, image generations and all those things. And even you can include download options also, but in this case I limited the options because we just need to understand the core functionalities of this product, right? So now I hope you understand what is this all about. And let me get into the home screen, and you can see we having this awesome animation. So I'm gonna break through each and every line of the code, so you're going to build it along with me, so we are not copying pasting anything over here. All right, so let's get started without wasting your time. Let's move on. All right then. So in order to start the Next.js project, so and installing the Shadcn and Clerk, I already created all that for you. So I given you a starter template. Just we install the Next.js, Shadcn, and we install the Clerk authentications on all those things. It's all installed, but we have to configure on all those stuff, right? So you can use this starter template. So you can click the link in the description below. So please go ahead and open the starter template. All you have to do is to copy this command and open up your terminal. So in order to run this command, please make sure that you have already downloaded and installed the git. So please go ahead and download and install this git for your platform. Once you installed it successfully, you can come back and run along with this. Where is it? Here. So let me bring the terminal. It is asking for update, so let me update it, and let me make it a little bit bigger. So here we go. So all I have to do is to navigate into my desktop folder, and here I'm just going to run that command, paste it, and I'm going to create myself a folder name. So I'm just going to say YouTube AI room planner. So let me delete this hyphen over here, hit the enter. So that is going to oops, my bad. So I just missed the command. So git clone, I need to run this command, git clone, paste the repository, then type the folder name. My bad. Hit the enter. So that is going to generate download all the projects. So I think it is on my another screen, so let me bring it where it is. Me, it's not here. Then where it is generated in the desktop. Yep, here it is. Let me bring it in this over here. So now you can see it is in the home screen. All right. So now all we have to do is I need to open this folder. So I'm just going to say cd YouTube AI room planner, and let me open it in the Visual Studio Code. Okay. So in this, the very first step, what you have to do is you have to make sure that you are not using the starter plan, this particular Git repository. You have to update your own Git repository. Okay. So for that, what you have to do is all you have to do is to open this Git and get over here and go to the remote settings, and you have to remove the remove this remote, because we don't want to deploy anything into this repository, right? So you have to remove it. And now all I have to do is to get back over here and create a new repository, and I'm going to keep this as a private one. And here I'm just going to say AI, let's say YouTube July 2025 AI room planner full stack Next.js app, something like that. Give a proper reasonable name so that you can understand what exactly that repository name is. Okay, so I'm going to create that repository. Let me create it. Once it has been successfully created, I'm gonna copy that Git and get back over here and click the source control, sorry, this one, and go to the remote settings, add remote. And either you can paste that URL directly over here or choose add from GitHub. That is going to give you all the list of repositories which you have created. In this case, I'm going to choose the very first one which I have created right now. Choose it and give yourself that name for that local Git. Hit the enter. So now the remote is being configured successfully. Now whatever the changes and whatever the commits that you are pushing into the Git, it will be automatically pushed over here. So let's push the initial changes what we did. So I'm just going to say click this pull or push, click this push to option and choose this one. So that is going to push these changes into this one, this particular Git. Now it has been configured, and now if I click this, refresh this page one more time, you can able to see all those changes has been updated and it has been pushed into your own GitHub right now. So now it has been pre-configured and everything, and now I need to install all the packages. Since I'm using the pnpm, so I'm using this pnpm package. You have to install this package for yourself, or you can use the npm itself. If you want to install this, you can just run this command over here, npm install -g npm. Then to install all the dependencies, we have to say pnpm install. That's it. That is going to install the exact same dependency what I have used in this particular project. Or what you can say, you can simply use up pnpm up. That is going to update all the dependencies, right? In this case, I'm going to go with the same packages, pnpm install. So that is going to download and install all the necessary packages of this project, okay, which has been successfully downloaded. Then let me run this project, pnpm run dev. So now it has been running, so let me run it in the local host. There we go. So you should be able to see this home page. So what we are running over here, so you can see the clerk is running in the keyless mode. Of course, we don't have, we didn't configure the keys and everything for this. We have to do that. Don't worry about that issues and everything. We have the Prisma which is installed, and we have the middleware which is configured over here. And we are, by default, we are protecting all the routes which comes inside the dashboard, right? We are protecting, except the dashboard, everything will be open. Whatever the route comes after the dashboard, it will be protected. We configured it over here. So you can see lots and lots of videos in my channel itself, like how to configure the clerk, how to install the Shadcn. If you want to understand all those things, follow the other videos so you can understand it. In this case, we just use this starter template. Now All we have to do is to go ahead and start configuring the Clerk and the Prisma one after another, and then make sure everything running seamlessly. Then we can go ahead and start writing our own AI model and everything, right? So let's move on to the next step. So first what we have to do is to let's open the clerk.com. Okay, so sign in yourself and click get into the dashboard. And here you have to create a new application. In this case, I'm going to create a new application called AI interior interior planner, something like that. AI interior planner. And I'm going to use the email and Google, and along with that I'm going to enable the Apple as well. As this is how it is going to look. So I'm going to create this application. So once it has been successfully created, now all we have to do is to um, we have to create the env file in our root directory. So let's create a new file over here, .env, and please make sure this file is being ignored in your git ignore, because we don't want to upload all our sensitive keys into our GitHub. So it is being, you can see this file is not highlighted because it is being ignored. So let me close this, and here I need to copy this one and I have to paste it over here. So I don't want to do this because we already installed the packages, and in the middleware it gives you the basic configuration, but we already do the protection level middleware setup and everything. We already finished it. Now we have to do the Clerk provider. If you open up your app folder under the providers.tsx, we already pre-configured our Clerk provider over here, and it is being wrapped inside our layout over here. See, we kept all our providers in a separate file so that we can understand what we are doing for the providers. What are the different providers that we are going to use? It will be maintained in a separate file. So we already finished this step, and we already created ourselves a new route for our authentication separately. You can see routes. Under the routes, you can see we have the sign in and sign up page separately, custom sign in, and we have the custom sign in layout with the pre-build image and everything. So I already did some alignments and setups and everything. So later we are going to change all these things, no worries. So next what I need to do is I need to click this continue to next step, continue. Then you have to scroll all the way to the down. We already finished all these steps and everything. You don't have to worry about it. And now we have to copy this and we have to paste it over here. So you have to copy this and paste it over here just like this. Sign in URL, sign up URL, sign in fallback redirect URL, sign up fallback redirect URL, all these things. So right after here, we need to bring the Firebase configurations, and we need to bring the Prisma configurations. Okay, so save these changes. Now we have that environment files and everything. So let us stop this. And now we need to do for Prisma. So in order to do for Prisma, let's open up the Prisma. So I'm just going to use the neon.tech. Go get into the neon.com. So log in yourself, because we are going to use the PostgreSQL. So all you have to do is to create yourself a new project. So I'm going to create myself YouTube AI room planner, something like this. And I'm going to choose the cloud service, whatever the service which is suitable for you. You can choose that one. I'm going to go with the Azure, and I'm going to create, just click create with the default one. Okay, so that is going to create the free project. We are using the free tier only, not a paid one. So here you have to click this connect option. All you have to do is to connect option, and you can choose what kind of technology that you're going to use. So in this case, we're going to use the Prisma, and you can see this is the database variable that we have generated in our Prisma schema.prisma over here, right? So all I have to do is to copy this and get into the environment variable and paste it, and right inside over here, inside this double quotes, I need to paste this complete value, or simply copy and delete this, paste it. That's it. Now we have ourselves that database URL. And all you have to do is to now what we have to do is all I have to say clear it and get into the schema folder. So let us write the schema first. So for the generation, room generations and all those things. So for that, I'm going to create the model, generate room, something like that. I'm going to use the ID, which is going to be the type of string. Then I'm going to use the @id attribute, which needs to generate automatically, so default. And I'm going to use, so either you can use the auto increment function that will gives you the numeric value, or you can use the CUID, unique identifier. This gives you the string unique identifier. Then we need the image URL for the original image URL and the generated image URL. So let's say uploaded image, that is going to be string. Then we need to get the output image, which is the generated one. Then we need to get the room style, which is selected by the user. Then we need to supply the AI style, what particular minimalistic or cyberpunk, and what kind of style that you are choosing. Then we need to supply the prompt, that is going to be string. And we can keep these two things are optional, either user doesn't need to supply, or if they are not supplying but the prompt is compulsory. Okay, then we need to supply the favorites array, favorites, which is going to be string array. And by default we need to set it as an empty array, then you need to create a link for this user, which user created it. Either you can directly store the user data as well as, but in this case I'm just going to supply the ID. Then I need to get the username. Then I need to get the user image, which is going to be string. Okay, that's an app that can be an optional. Then at the end I'm just going to say created at, which is going to be the date, time. And by default, which is going to be now function, this will automatically punch in the time stamp by the time when it's been created. So this is all about the schema which we are planning. So I'm just going to clear it. Then I'm just going to say pnpm run, sorry, prisma generate. We need to generate it for generate our client version. Hit the command that will generate this schema model for our client, Prisma client. If you can understand it, how you can understand um okay, so we are missing something here. Okay, let me sorry, we are missing something, so let me initialize it first. Prisma init. mm, mm, mm. Let me see. Okay, so Prisma, it's been already, it's there, but clear pnpm Prisma generate. Okay, so I didn't notice this message. It generated successfully. Okay, then we have to simply pnpm Prisma db push. We have to push this model into our database. So that will push this model into our database. If there is any issue, we will get to notice over here. Let's see. Model, it's loading the database. Okay, so your database is now synced with the Prisma schema. So you can see it is being generated now. If you get into your library folder, and that you can see a new folder called generated. Under the generated folder you can see all our Prisma clients and all those things being generated successfully. Perfect, that is what we needed. So let me clear this, and if I get into the table sections over here into your database, you can see the generated room and you can see all the fields which is being successfully created, which means the Prisma is up and running now and it is ready to work, right? So next most important setup what we have to do is, under this library folder I'm going to create a new file called db.ts, because we need to create a global instance for our database. Okay, so here I'm gonna bring that. So import Prisma client from the generated folder /generated Prisma, then const global for Prisma, which is equals to, we don't know the keyword global as unknown, what type it's going to be unknown, as it's going to be written as a object which is going to carry the Prisma and which is going to be the Prisma client itself. So for the global for Prisma, it's basically going to carry on object. Inside that object is going to have this Prisma object, which is going to be the Prisma client itself. Then we need to export. Let me explain, don't worry. So let's finish this. Let export const db is equals to global for Prisma dot Prisma. Let's access that. If it doesn't exist, create a new Prisma client. Otherwise, keep the existing Prisma client itself. I don't want to create the client more than once. So if the process.env dot node env, if it is not equals to protection, then use the assign the global for dot Prisma into your db. Otherwise, we don't want to do this, right? Because we want to set this global.prisma with our database instance only once, not more than time. So let me break this line and let me explain it for you. Okay, so basically this line, this particular line, right? So this pattern is commonly we use for the mostly for generating the Prisma client. So in order to avoid creating a multiple Prisma client instances during the development process, which can lead to performance issues or memory leaks, right? Or mostly due to the hot reloading. Okay, so to reuse a single Prisma client stored on the global object across the app lifecycle. So that's the reason we are setting it over here. Okay, so mostly this cast allows us to safely access our Prisma client globally. That's the reason we are assigning all these things. Okay, so this is strongly recommended pattern by the Prisma itself when you're using Next.js application. So in order to avoid the common error like Prisma client is already running, can't create or can't start again. So to avoid that issue, this is the strongly recommended pattern provided by the Prisma for the Next.js application itself, right? So now we have this, we don't have to worry about it. And I think we already finished the Clerk configurations for middleware itself, because we wrapped all the dashboard routes into a protected routes. So in order to make sure it's working, I'm going to create a new folder over here called dashboard, and inside this dashboard I'm just going to create a new file called page.tsx and sfc. I'm just going to say dashboard page, and inside this dashboard page I'm going to create this as the dashboard page. Oops. So let me save this and let us run this npm run dev. Let us refresh our application, and it should run your home page without any issue or without any clerk warning. So we don't have any warning or any issues. And if I get into the dashboard, let's say dashboard, that will directly redirect me to into our authentication page, because we need to be authenticated in order to access this dashboard page. So let me choose my account. And that should redirect me. So I have to verify. Yes. Now it is going to redirect. Yep, here we go. See, we are in the dashboard page, right? Which means we are successfully authenticated and we've been pushed into the dashboard page itself. Okay, so now it's working. So let's get back to the top and we can get into the home page. Inside your app, we have to get into the layout page, and here you need to configure all these things. So I'm going to change this into AI room planner generated by, I'm going to type myself my name over here with Ravi, something like that. Okay, so save this changes. So now it has been successfully changed. You can change the favicons and all those things, but in this case I'm going to leave it as it is. Okay, so now we have ourselves the layout. Okay, so the next most important step that we have to follow is the AI model. So we are going to create ourselves an AI model for our own purpose. So I'm going to show you how to create that, how to log in yourself and all, how to create an account and all those things. So I'm going to show you how to do all those stuffs and everything. Okay. So for creating our own AI model, we are using the Hugging Face. So if you're using for Hugging Face for very first time, so let me bring the incognito window. So let me show you this Hugging Face. Simply search for Hugging Face. So this is the very first one, the link, which all you have to do is to click this. So, well, Hugging Face is an AI company that provides you the pre-trained models like GPT, Stable Diffusions, Dolly, BERT, etc. So, hosting for custom models and interface APIs, we are using. They are using the. We can use the Hugging Face as well as. So it provides you a lot of tools to build and run the AI applications, right? Like diffusers and Gradio, which in case we are going to use the Gradio for ourselves, and it's completely open source for machine learning, right? So the reason why we are using it is because in our AI interior room designer function, the project, so we are using this Hugging Face for several reasons. So we need to access the powerful pre-trained models for image generations, which in case we are using for in our Python script, like the Stable Diffusion, Dream Booth, and Control Net. These are the pre-trained model that we are using in our application, so that we don't need to train ourselves, right? So we are using their APIs to enhance this. So this supports the image and text based tasks as well as, and it is easy deployment compared with any other. It provides the easy deployment with the spaces, right? So you can deploy your own model or your UI using Hugging Face Spaces powered by Gradio, right? We are going to use the Gradio for our deploying our own model, right? So then you can run this Gradio application into your full stack web application just by using the API interfaces. You can trigger it by using API interfaces. So you don't need to host heavy model all by yourself. Running a stable diffusion locally requires a large amount of GPU, high memory, and complex setup. So we don't want that. So that's the reason we are using it. So all you have to do is to click sign up, and you have to make sure, let's confirm you're a human, choose the buckets. Okay, this one, confirm. So you have to provide your email address and you have to provide your password, so that is going to give you the verification link, right? Once you are successfully verified your email link and everything, you will be logged in, you will be pushed over here, something like this, your profile and all those things you can see all over here. Or you can search for any particular model. In this case we are using this control net, right? So we are using this control net, this particular model. So what is the purpose of this model? Sketches converts into the images and everything, right? So you can go through the pre-trained models all about by yourself, right? And once you have done, all you have to do, you can create yourself a new organizations, or you can create yourself a new project over here, right? So you can get into the spaces. These are the different spaces which has been already there. Okay, and you can create your own space over here. So you can create your own new space over here just by clicking this. In this case I already do have my model over here, right? So let me get into the profile and you can see this is the space which I have already created and which is running. You can see, you can check that Python script by checking using this UI itself, right? So the based on the Python script, this UI will be automatically generated, which means you need to get this status as running, then only you can make sure that is running successfully. Now let me get into these spaces, and I'm going to create a new space over here, and I'm going to give this name as YouTube AI Room Planner. And you can give yourself a short description, like the description is going to be what we can give. Let me give the project name over here itself, or by Next.js or something like this. Let's leave the license. Let's go for MIT license, where it is. Yeah, here it is, MIT. So in this case we are going with the Gradio You can go with the default one blank itself, or you can choose any default template over here, right? You can choose the hardware configurations. In this case, we are going with the free configurations only, or you can upgrade your GPU, how much amount you're willing to pay. You can upgrade it all by yourself. In this case, we are going with the free tier itself, right? And I'm going to keep this one as a public, or you can keep it as your private. That's up to you. So in this case, I'm going to create this space, right? And you can see it has been successfully created. Or you can you can simply clone this one. You can simply clone this project into your local environment, and you can type it all these things by yourself, right? But in this case, what I'm going to do, we are going to type everything directly through the online itself. So in order to do that, I'm going to click the files. In the file, so far we don't have any file over here. So all I have to do is to create a new file. So click the contribute on the top right corner and create a new file over here. So in this particular thing, so we are going to use we are going to first create the requirements files. What are the different packages that we are going to use this? So here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to give a name as the requirements.txt. That's the file name. So please make sure the file name is txt file. Then I'm going to give the paste all the list of packages over here. So these are the packages that we are using: the Torch, PyTorch, Diffuser, Transformers, Gradio, and OpenCV Python. So the Torch, the main purpose of using this is that runs the core AI model, like the Stable Diffusion. So when you're running it in the Hugging Face, so this is the most of the Hugging Face model uses the PyTorch, and we need to use this. It's highly required, right? So that helps you to load the pre-trained model and performs the interference and to generate the enhanced images and move the tensors to GPU or CPU, right? It handles the matrix and image data during the generations and everything. So without Torch, none of the core API or AI functionality will work. Then we are using the diffuser starts. The purpose of using this Hugging Face libraries for image generations for pipelines. For pipelines, we are using the diffusers. So in order to work with the models like Stable Diffusions and Dream Booth and Control Nut, we need this diffusers for managing the pipelines and everything, right? Um, then transformers. So this transformers handle the text processing models like GPT, BERT, Clip. We included that one also over here. And the Gradio. So Gradio, this helps you to create the UI. So I already shown you the my own model which we used for my project previously. It has some nice UI, right? So that helps you to create that UI, right? So this accept the image prompts and images and the prompt inputs. So this will helps you to display the uploaded and the enhanced images and everything. So deploy the tool without needing of Flask and the Flask APIs, right? So this auto generate the interface for testing purposes, how the models are working and all those things, right? That's the reason we are using the Gradio. And the final one, the OpenC Python. So this is for image processing and for conversion. So that's the reason we are using this OpenCV Python. So mostly we use this for resizing and cropping images before the input, and normalizing the pixel values and converting the image formats from BGR to RGB. So this used behind the scenes of to prepare the user uploaded images before sending them into the model, right? Now all we have to do is to click commit this new file. Okay, so currently it's showing no application file, but we have successfully uploaded the requirements. So now what we have to do is we have to create another file which is going to be the app.py. That's the place where we are going to run our complete AI model. Okay, so let us name this file as the app.py. Oops, wait a minute. Let me app.py. Perfect. All right then. So first, what we have to do over here is we have to import all the packages. So I'm just going to the import Gradio as gr. Okay, so let me bring all the import statements. So without any spelling mistakes, I'm going to bring all the import statements over here. Import Gradio as gr from diffusers, import stable diffusions control pipeline, control net. So let me make it a little bit bigger so you can see it even much better, right? This is how you can see it. I hope now you can see it in a more clear way. Okay, so then let me reduce it. All right. So now what we have to do is, so the second most important step, which is going to be the environment setup. So this helps us to detect the GPU, whether the GPU is available or not. If the GPU is available, it is going to use the CUDA. We are going to use the CUDA for the faster image generations, even in the free tier itself. So first what we have to do, we have to detect the CPU. Detect the GPU. And we need to write the fallback. So fallback to CPU. So first what we need to do, we need to write the device code. So let's say device is equals to, we are using the torch. We are using the torch dot device, torch dot device. So we are going to use this CUDA. That's the device which we are going to use. If the torch dot CUDA is underscore available, else I'm going to use the CPU. That's the line that we have to use. So please make sure that we are not making any mistakes over here. See, so this line is literally important. So please make sure that you are not mistaking anything over here, right? So device, torch, and everything. Please make sure the spelling mistakes and everything. Then we need to use the we need to load the control net depth conditioning. So that loads the control net model trained specifically for the depth maps and send it to the device, detected devices like GPU or CPU, whatever it is, right? So we are going to use that control net model over there. So that is what we are going to do. The second thing, so I'm just going to say load control net model. This is for what? Depth conditioning. Okay, so let's say control net, which is equals to control net model dot from underscore pre-trained, open it. Okay, and let me break through over here. So here I'm going to use this very specific model, which is, this is one, the pre-trained model. Okay, this is the one that we are going to use. So if I opening the Hugging Face one more time, and I can search for this model, just while SD control net depth, this particular pre-trained model, we are going to use this one. Okay, so you can simply search for this particular model and you can understand what is the purpose of all these things and why we need that and everything. Okay, that's the model that we are going to use. Then I'm going to say torch underscore d type, which is equals to torch dot float 32 dot to convert that device. Okay, that's the thing. So basically what we are doing, so we need to understand, right? So basically what exactly we are doing over here, this particular line of code, this line loads a pre-trained control net model using PyTorch and sets it up for interference. So let me give you the step-by-step explanations over here. So first we need to understand why we are using this one, right? So this is the class method that loads a pre-trained control net model from the Hugging Face model hub, which we are using this one, Illustrative SD control net depth. This is the model identifier. It's a version of control net trained with the depth maps as conditioning inputs. right? So it was developed by Illes Whale, the original author of the ControlNet, and specially designed to work with the stable diffusions by guiding the generations based on the depth of the input image, right? So, and the second the line, we are using this torch dot float 32, right? So this particular line of code, you need to understand this. So this sets the data type for the model tensors, right? The torch.float32 is the standard floating point precisions for the most of the tasks. And some model may use the torch.float16, so that's the half precisions, right? So for the performance on the GPU, we are using this float 32 for the more precise, and sometimes it's more stable also, right? Then we are using .to device. So basically what we are doing over here, this move the loaded model to the specific device like CPU or GPU. So the device which is nothing but which we earlierly created for our own purpose, right? That's what we are passing it over here. So we are loading a pre-trained control net model, and for the depth conditioning, and we are ensuring it uses the float 32 precisions for the most stable diffusions, and we are placing right into the computing device of the CPU or GPU, whatever we are preset on the previously, right? Let's move on to the next one. So now what we are going to do is the third step, which is going to be load the stable diffusion model with the control net. So we need to load the stable diffusion model with control net. Okay. So for that, what we are going to do is we are going to create a new instance called pipe, and I'm just going to say stable diffusion control net pipeline. That's the package we are using. So from underscore pre-trained, inside here I need to supply the model. Basically we need to supply the model. I'm going to give the model over here. So run YML stable diffusion v15. So you can simply search for this model over here. This one, this is the one, this is the oops, yeah, there are different models over here, so you can simply search for this and you can understand what's the purpose of that and everything. That's the model that we are going to use. Then we need to set the control net is equals to control net, then torch underscore d type, which is going to be torch dot float 32 for the stable. Then we need to load it into the device, which we have created. So please make sure that you didn't any spelling mistakes. That's the most important thing. Mostly use the suggestions or just pause it and please type it exactly as it is, right? So now let me break through this code. Sorry. So this particular line of code, what we written, this line creates the stable diffusion pipeline that integrates the control net. So here, let me give you the detailed explanations. So the stable diffusion control net pipeline dot from pre-trained. So this is the pipeline class for the diffusers, right? That's a library provided by the Hugging Face itself. So it loads the pre-trained stable diffusion model and wraps it into the pipeline that supports the control net conditioning, right? And the second, this is the model that we are using. So this is the base model for text to image generation, right? This is the stable diffusion version 1.5. So which is published by the Runway ML. That's the one. That's the original author for the most popular SD model. So it acts as the main generation model to which you add the conditioning like the depth maps and the poses and the scribbles through the control net. Okay. And that's the reason we are assigning our control net object into the control net, and we are using the float 32 for the most stable tensors generations, right? So since we are using the float 32, that gives you the more precisions, but it will be slightly slower than your float 16, but we will not get the most precision generations. Since we need the most precision one, we are using the float 32, right? And we are loading it into our device. So let's move on to the next step. So we need to load the depth estimation model. That's the third one. That's the next one. So let's load depth estimation model. So let's say depth underscore model is equals to dpt for depth estimations dot from underscore pre-trained. Okay, so copy and paste it over here, pre-trained, and let me give you the model, what exact model that we are going to use. So we are going to use this Intel DPT hybrid MI DAS. That's one. We are going to load it into the device. Okay. Then we need to use the we need to create one more depth processor. Depth underscore processor is equals to, we are using the DPT feature extractor dot from underscore pre-trained. You need to supply the model over here, which is going to be the same MI DAS, right? So please make sure that you are not mistakenly type anything. So please make sure that you didn't make any spelling mistakes over here. So now let me explain breakthrough what exactly doing over here, right? So these lines of code, right? So basically this is about loading a depth estimation model to generate the depth maps from the input image which the user is uploaded. So which are then used as a conditioning inputs for the control net, right? So the very first line in the depth model, so we are using the dpt for depth estimation, this package. So this is the vision, this is basically a vision transformer based model from Hugging Face for transformers. It is a train to predict the depth map for a single image, right? And we are using this particular model, the Intel DPT hybrid MIDAS. So that basically loads the pre-trained DPT hybrid MIDAS model published by the Intel itself. So DPT means dense prediction transformer. Hybrid combines both convolutional and the transformers backbone, right? So MI DAS is the popular model for monocular depth estimation, right? That's the reason we are using this particular model. So yep, and the second line, we are using this DPT feature extractor. So this class prepares the input images for the DPT model. It handles resizing, normalizations, and transforming the image into the tensor format. That's the most important step that we need to do. Then only we can push it into our control net. Okay, so this loads the same feature extractor that was used when the model was trained. This ensures input compatibility, right? So now we have the both depth processor in for to pre-process our raw image from pre-process for a raw image, and before passing them into a depth model, we need to pre-process it. That's the reason we are using the depth processor and everything. Okay, and let's move on to the next step. Now we need to create ourselves a function for generating it. So create a function to generate. So we are going to define a function, define generate, which is going to be a function. So basically this function is going to take two different parameters. One is going to be input underscore image, another one which is going to be the prompt. These are the two different things that we need to supply into this. So first what we need to do is we need to convert the image into the RGB. So convert the image into RGB. So I'm just going to say image equals to input underscore image dot convert 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 it into RGB, right? That's the first step. Then we need to prepare the depth inputs. Prepare the depth inputs. Okay, so here now what I need to do is I need to use the inputs is equals to, we are going to use this depth processor, use the depth preprocessor, open it. That's a function, and I need to supply the images, which is going to be the image. Then I need to return tensor, return underscore tensors, which is going to be pt. That needs to be returned into the your device. So please make sure that you don't have any mistakes over there, right? So it should not have any mistakes. Then right after here, outputs is equals to depth model. You need to supply it into the depth model. Use this asterisk inputs. Don't worry, let me explain. That's why we are using, and depth is equals to outputs dot predicted underscore depth dot squeeze. Oops, spelling mistake. Squeeze dot cpu dot numpy. Right, so please don't make any mistakes over here, because these things are literally important, so don't make any mistakes over here. Okay, so now what we have to do is, now let me break through why we are doing this, right? Why we need these particular lines. So basically the very first line, this particular line, so what it does is, so the depth processor over here, so this pre-process the input image whatever you are supplied, right? That's going to be a PIL image, or it can be a NumPy array, right? So that returns a PyTorch compatible tensor dict. So typically with the keys like pixels values, right? So we need to get the pixel values which is uploaded from that, right? Then we need to calculate, we need to find out the outputs. So here the second one, so this run forward pass of the depth model of on that particular uploaded input image. So the double asterisk over here that unpacks the dictionary, which is nothing but your pixel values tensors, right? That unpacks the dictionary to collect that particular object. So the output is an object with the field, which is nothing but your predicted depth, which is nothing but a predicted depth. So output contains this particular field in it. So in order to unpack it, we are using this particular double asterisk input in it. Okay, so the result, so the model returns the predicted depth value for each pixels in the input image. So that is what we are using over here. So this line, particular line, what it's going to be is we are using the squeeze function. So basically that removes the unnecessary singleton dimensions, and using the .cpu function that ensures the tensor is moved to your CPU memory. It's really important before converting into a NumPy. Then we are using the NumPy, which converts the PyTorch tensors into the NumPy array, which is easier to visualize, normalize, and for post process, right? Whew. Let's move on to the next one. Okay, so now what we need to do is we need to prepare the depth map for control net. So here, prepare the depth map for control net. So instead of keeping these things like this, what we can do is we can use this with torch dot no grad, torch dot no grad. Then we can paste the both of them inside this, right? So, the reason why we upgraded and we are using this no grad function, the reason is because with the torch.nograd, this particular line, so this is the PyTorch context manager that tells the model not to compute the gradients. Why? You are running the interference, not we are not training it, right? So the gradients aren't needed. So this will save the memory and improves the speeds. So it disables the auto grad, which is used for only training related backup propagations. So that's the reason we have to wrap it like this. Then let's do the uh, depth calculations over here. Prepare the depth maps over here. So for that, mostly what we are going to do is we are going to normalize the depth to 0 to 255 and to convert to grayscale PIL, right? That's the process we are going to do over here. So we need to calculate the depth, which is going to be CV2 dot normalize, right? So we have the images inputs, right? And right after here, yes, we are right. So you need to supply the depth, then you need to supply none, then supply the normalizations value, then supply the norm underscore type, which is going to be cv2 dot norm underscore min max, then depth underscore image, which is going to be image dot from array, depth dot as type of np dot uin, right? So these two lines, why we need this. Okay, so let me explain why we need these two lines over here. All right. Oops. So these lines take the raw depth map and numpy array of float values, right, and prepare it as a proper image that can be passed to the control net or visualized, right? So in the line number 1, what we are doing is, so we are using the cv2 dot normalize, so that scales the value in the depth of the array to a specific range here from 0 to 255. This is necessary because the raw depths are usually floating point numbers in a wide and unpredictable range. So in the norm type is equals to cv2.norm min max ensures that the smallest value becomes 0 and the largest value becomes the 255. So all the others are the linear scale in between. Okay. And in the line 2, what we are doing is the depth dot as type np dot and u int 8. So this converts the float value 0 to 55 to unsigned 8-bit integers from 0 to 255. So this is the format required for the most image libraries. And the image dot from array, which we are using over here, the function that converts the numpy array to a PIL image, which is often the expected format for an image input to a models like control net, right, or display. Okay. Then now we need to run the image generations. Run image generations. Result is equals to pipe. So guys, while typing, please make sure to maintain the indentations, otherwise you will run into an issue. So pipe over here, first you need to supply the prompt, which is going to be the prompt which we have. Then you need to supply the image, which is going to be the depth image which we have. Then height, you can define the height. In this case, I'm going to define the height as the 512 pixels, not more than that. So you can reduce this if the image generations it's too long, you can reduce this width, which is going to be 512. And number interference inference num inference underscore steps, number of inference steps, which is going to be 10 different steps. Okay, then I need to generate the images. From the images, access the very first image. Then I need to return the result. Okay, so that is the image generations which is going to be. Okay, so let's please make sure that you don't have any mistakes over here. Okay, so basically we are going to reduce this, so we can say this: if your image generations it's too slow, you can reduce that if it is slow. Okay, perfect. Okay, so now this is the function is all about. Now I need to define the Gradio interface, how the Gradio interface should looks like. This is the place where we are going to define the Gradio interface, the UI. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to use this gr, because that is what we imported the package value as gr. Okay, so gr dot inter interface, open it, fn is equals to generate, and inputs, what are the inputs that you need to be have in that, so which is going to be gr dot image. This is going to be array of inputs, gr dot image, which it should type all the image types, sorry, pil image types. Then label, which is going to be upload room image, comma. Okay, so next what we need to do is we need to supply the text box, gr dot text box, open it, label, which is going to be enter interior style prompt, then placeholder, which is going to be example modern Japanese living room. That's a placeholder. Okay, right after here I'm going to generate the outputs, which is going to be gr.image type pil, then label, which is going to be generated room, something like that. Then the title of this interface, which is going to be let me bring an icon. This is the title which is going to be. Okay, then description, let me bring the descriptions as well as. Okay, then I need to launch this app, right? So this is all about the Gradio interface, right? This is the line which we are writing the Gradio interface over here. Okay, so let me explain what exactly it is going to do and why we need this, right? So basically we are setting up a Gradio interface to let the users to upload a raw image and the input styles prompts that generate the redesigned versions of your control net with the depth conditioning, right? So the gr interface fn is equal to generate. Basically this is the function to call when the user submits the input. So generate, that should accept two inputs, the uploaded images and the text box for the prompt image, right? And the input sections over here, this is the place where we are defining the image box and the text box, right? These are the two inputs that we are setting. And the output, basically we are saying that gr.image. So this is the single image output where we are going to display that output. This will display the redesigned and redesigned generated room by your model. Okay, and we are setting the title for our interface and the description for our interface, and the launch is the function basically launch your Gradio app interface. Okay, so let us commit all these changes, commit this new file. So this is the one. Once it has been successfully done, you can able to see that it's building and it's starting your application over here. See, it's starting. So we have to wait until it's successfully turned into what is this? Okay, let me remind later. So you can see it's starting. So we have to wait until it successfully change the state into running. So let's wait until it's been successfully changed. Mostly it will be changed in a couple of minutes. So now you can see it's changed the status into the running, which means our application is running perfectly fine. Now let me change it into the app. You should be able to see your UI. See, you should be able to see your UI over here. So yep, this is the UI, but anyways, we are not going to use this UI. We are going to use our own full stack application UI. We are going to use the API only in order to access this with our application. So I'm going to get back to the files itself. Okay, and you can keep monitoring all your status over here in the logs. Okay, so let's keep this on the right hand side. Perfect. So now all we have to start working in our dashboard page, and that is what we are going to do next. So now let's open our dashboard page over here. So let's get back to the dashboard. So in this case, what I'm going to do is I'm not going to keep this dashboard page directly over here. I'm going to create myself a new file called layouts. So let us create that new file over here. Layout.tsx and sfc, which is going to be dashboard layout. Here we are going to bring our dashboard layout inside over here. Okay, so currently you can't see anything because we are not loading anything inside this layout page. So here basically this is going to be an asynchronous because this is the place where we are going to write all the fetching operations and everything. And inside here I'm going to define a prop, which is going to be the children prop, which is basically going to be the react node itself. Then I have to bring that prop in it, and I'm going to render that prop in it, children. Save it. Right now we can able to see the dashboard page one more time over here. But I'm not going to keep this dashboard page directly over here. And here I'm just going to create a routing groups, which is going to be routes. And I'm going to put this into this routing group. Okay, still the generated output will be the same, but we can manage all the routings inside for the dashboard page. We can keep it in a separate folder. Perfect. Now this dashboard page, it's not supposed to be loaded if the user ID is not there. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to say make sure the user is authenticated. So const is equals to await, use the auth function provided by the, since we are in the server component, you need to make sure that is running in the server component. Then you can fetch the user ID, or you can simply press is authenticated. That's a boolean value whether the user is authenticated or not. So in this case I'm going to fetch the user ID. Right, so what I'm going to do is if I don't have this user ID, then I'm just going to redirect the user from next navigation, make sure that is imported from next navigation. Then I'm going to make sure the user to push into the sign in page, because if the user is not authenticated, he is not supposed to be here. Right, so now if I refresh this, oops, if I refresh it over here, and we are successfully authenticated, right over here. That's the reason we can able to see the pages, dashboard page. Now inside this dashboard page, this is the place where we have to show the details, something like this. This is the one, right? So before all these things and everything, first what we have to do, we have to design this header section. So that's the most important thing. So in order to do that, what I have to do is first I need to jump into the global layout, and I'm going to change this entire thing into a dot mode. The dot. I'm going to set this into a dot mode. So now the entire page will be turned into a dot mode, right? So over here, the very first thing what we need to do, we need to bring the header sections and the everything. That is what we need to do, right? In that we need to set it on our the global layout, the place where we are defining it. So in the global layout, this is the place where I need to bring the that header section. So here I need to bring the header. This is for header, and this is the place for footer, right? So right after here, I'm going to bring that one. So I'm just going to say header. So let's say in the components folder, I'm going to create a new file called header.tsx. Let me collapse everything. Mark this as a client component. Let's keep this as the header component. Save it. Let's bring this add component slash header. So that should be displayed over here. Header. All right. So let's jump into the headers first. So for this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to delete this. Going to delete it. Going to say header. Okay, for this I'm gonna bring the class name. So class name, I'm gonna make sure it's having the padding, but on the medium devices, from the minimum medium devices onwards, padding should be px should be x, and the minimum medium py should be 12, something like this. So the border, I need the border be bottom only, then the border color needs to be the input color, something like this, variable input. Save it. So you should be able to see the border over there. Okay, but I don't need the borders on the medium devices. So let me bring it for the mobile screen. Keep the mobile screen layout over here, because basically we are defining for mobile screen only first. Okay, but for the medium devices onwards, I don't need the border needs to be none. Okay, and the border needs to be sticky once it's reached the top two positions. From that positions onwards, it needs to be sticky, and it should be on the top of the every layer, and it needs to be backdrop blur. Okay, so I'm gonna bring the backdrop blur, but on the medium devices onwards, I don't need the backdrop blur, none. So these are the styles. So let me enable word wrap completely so you can see it completely. Okay, so these styles, I return these styles completely for both mobile responsiveness also, right? So next what I'm going to do is I'm going to create myself a reusable container component. In here I'm just going to say container.6, and for this I'm going to mark this as a client component, RAFC. I'm just going to say container, and for this I'm going to define a props interface container props open it, which is going to be class name, an optional one that is going to be a string. Then it's going to take the children, which is a compulsory prop, react node. Then let's destructure and send it over here, container prop. We need to get the children, then we need to get the class name. Okay, so for this what I'm going to do, I'm going to use the class name. Then I'm going to say conditional rendering. I'm going to use the cn function provided by the Shadcn itself in order to merge the css classes dynamically, right? So I'm going to supply the container, so that is not going to allow the user content, so that will restrict the content, should not be should that will not allow the content to load not more than 1536 pixels. It will restrain in between it. Then I need to use this mx auto, otherwise it will be stick to the top left corner. So I need to bring the content exactly in the center for the page, right? That's the reason we are using it. Then along with this, I need to supply the class name, because if the user wish to add multiple styles along with this, they can able to do just by using this class name that will be merged along with this. Then inside over here, I need to render the children, because inside the container, inside this division, I should be able to render multiple divisions and all those things. That's the reason we are using this. So let's close this. I can get back over here and I can render that container over here. Container dot slash container. So this needs to be at slash components. And inside this container, what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring a division div class name, which is basically flex item center. Then justify everything in between. And we need to bring the border. Border needs to be transparent, but in the minimum medium devices onwards. Border needs to be white, 15% of the white color. Then padding, which is going to be 2.5, right? Save it, right? This is how it looks on the small device, and this is how it looks in the medium devices onwards, right? So rounded needs to be excel, okay, and the maximum width needs to be 4 excel, not more than that, right? And mx needs to be auto, and medium devices onwards, minimum medium devices onwards, backdrop blur needs to be medium, okay, something like that. Now inside over here, I need to bring the logo. Inside this particular section, I need to bring the logo. Then I need to bring the menu. Then I need to bring the toggle button. These are the things, okay, logo and all those things. So for that, you need the assets, right? So if you can download all the assets from the description below. Click the link in the description below. You can see this folder and you can download this assets folder. So in this case, I already did download the assets folder. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring it and I'm going to put it inside the public folder. See, we already have this assets folder. I'm just going to bring and all those things, put it inside those respective folders and everything. Okay, so you can delete this. You can paste it. So you will be able to see the images which is already there, and along with this, we should be able to see the few more images as well as. Perfect. Now we have all those things. Next, what I need to do is I need to create myself a logo container component for loading the logo section. So let's say logo container. So I'm going to create a new component called logo container.tsx. This is going to be the client component logo container, and it is going to be loading the images. So class name, flex item center, justify center, and gap, which is going to be 2. Instead of this logo container, inside over here, I'm going to bring the image, next image. Then inside here, I'm just going to bring the source, which is basically going to be your logo. So what I'm going to do is over here, I'm going to access the logo, import logo from a, either you can access it like this slash public slash asset slash svg slash logo dot svg, something like this, right? Or you can directly define it over here slash assets slash svg slash, better I can copy it from here, something like this, right? In this case, I'm going to go with this one itself, and alternative it's going to be logo, and class name, which is going to be width, it needs to be auto, and height needs to be 8. Minimum medium devices height needs to be 12. Okay, so let's see how does it looks. Save it and refresh it. Okay, we haven't imported it, so let's import it over here. And Okay, so it is saying missing the width, the property and everything. So what we can do is, let me import it like this now from at slash public slash asset slash sv slash logo dot sv. I can simply submit the logo over here. So that should ignore that issue, right? So if you are loading it directly over here, that will ask you to supply the width property, height property, and all those things. But if you're loading it through this way, you can directly configure your height and everything through the class name itself. So that's the difference. All right. Now I hope you understand what's the difference between them. So for the paragraph tag class name, here I'm just going to say planner, AI planner. You can see we are having a gradient text clip over here. So for that, what I'm going to do is text size is going to be text XL. Then in the minimum devices onwards, text needs to be 2XL. Then font needs to be bold, something like that. Then BG gradient to bottom. Okay, in this case, it should be right side, BG gradient to right side. Then from pink 500 to blue 500, that's the color we are going to use. Then I'm going to clip this background color. So I need to clip this background color with along with our text. So BG clip text. Then I need to make sure the text is a transparent one. So that should clip the gradient color for our text. Okay, so now our logo container is done. Let me close this. This is how it looks in the mobile device, and that's how it's look in the tablet device, and that's how it looks in the desktop devices, like this. See, so now you see the differences. All right, so now we finished the logo container. So let's jump into the menu section. So this is the menu where we are going to bring it, class name. So by default, it needs to be hidden on mobile devices, but on the medium devices, it needs to be displayed. So for that, I'm going to bring the nav menu because I need to keep this navigational menu as a reusable component, right? So let's go here and create that nav menu, nav-menu.tsx, right? So let's keep this as a client component, use client RAFC nav menu, right? So for this, I need to supply the props interface nav menu props, which is going to be ish mobile. So I need to make sure whether this navigation menu is opening on the mobile view or not. So I need to figure it out. So then I need to make sure that's a boolean value. That is not a conditional one, it's an optional one. So here I'm just going to destructure it, nav menu props. I need to fetch that ish mobile. Okay, so I need to figure it out because if you check it out over here, all right, you can see we have the multiple options and everything. So this dashboard, it needs to be displayed only if the user is authenticated, otherwise he's not supposed to be there, right? So what I'm going to do is, so that's the thing, that's the ideology. All right, so what we have to do is, so first I need to define the routes. That's the most important thing. So let me get into the library folder. I'm going to get the helpers.ts, helper.ts, and here I'm just going to say export interface nav link props. So for the navigational link, what are the props? We are defining the type. So label, we need it, so that's going to be string, and the link hyperlink, that is also going to be a string. Then protected, whether that particular route is protected or not, that is going to be an optional one, right? So then I'm just going to get the export const nav links or nav routes, something like that. Is going to be nav linked props array of that value. Let's destructure an array. Then let's open an object. So first I need to supply the label, which is going to be home. Then I need to supply the link, which is going to be slash, right? Home, it's going to be an optional, it is not a conditional one, an optional one. Designs, dashboard, and contact. This is for designs. This is going to be the designs route. This is for dashboard. That is for dashboard. and that is the protected one. And at last, this is for contact, which is going to be contact. We don't have that route yet, so for that situation currently I'm going to keep it as the hash itself. Okay, so these are the things that we are using for the nav. That's a route for our nav menu. So let's get into the nav menu. So here I need to make sure the user is signed in or not, but we are in the client side component. We need to use a different function. So const is equals to use auth. So make sure that we are using the client because this is not marked as a server. So is signed in. This is going to give us a boolean value. Then I need to fetch the path name because we need to make sure which path is currently the user. So we need to highlight that particular route, right? So that's the reason we are using that. So then I need to filter. So I need to include only the public routes or the protected ones if the user is authenticated, right? So I need to include the protected ones only if the user is authenticated. That's the most important thing. So what I'm going to do is only include public routes or protected ones if the user is signed in. So const filtered routes is equals to nav routes dot. So make sure that nav routes has been imported from our helper function. So let me keep it on the bottom. Nav routes dot filter. Then I need to extract the route. So if the route is not protected, okay, or if the user is not signed in, okay. So if the route is not protected and if the user is signed in, then I need to keep it in the filtered routes. Okay, so this will work. So you can see what why we are doing this. You can understand. So here I'm just going to change this into nav for this class name. Open it, cn function, open it, apply flex gap 8. I'm going to define the gap 8. Okay, but if it is the mobile view, then I need to load the same thing in a column direction, flex column direction, not in a row direction. Item, everything should be on the starting point. Gap needs to be 12. That's the thing. Now inside the nav, what we are going to do inside here, I'm going to bring the filtered routes dot map, open it. Let's get the route out of it and use the function. Okay, so first I need to use the exact match for the home route to prevent highlighting on all the routes, because slash for the what is the route we are using slash. So whatever the routes which comes out of the slash, it will be highlighted. So I don't want to do that, right? So we need to fix that. So fix what we need to fix, use exact match for home route to prevent highlighting on all the routes which is comes after that. We don't want to do that, right? So then I need to yeah, that's the thing. So usually what we will do, usually we simply say const is active is equals to path name dot starts with route dot link. So this will highlight the every route which is comes after the slash, right? Because the slash it matches, so it will automatically highlight the rest of them because we're using the start with. So but I don't want to do this. So what I'm going to do is const is active is equals to route dot link, sorry, link, route dot link is, if the route dot link is equals to slash, then I just need to say path name is equals to slash. Otherwise the path name starts with route dot link. Okay, so that should prevent that one. Then at the end I need to return I need to return. So this is the condition that we are writing, and here I need to return that li tag. For that, I'm going to use the link which is provided by the next link. Then I need to supply the key, which is going to be the route.link, which is unique. Then I need to supply the href, which is going to be the route.link itself. And inside here, I need to supply the route.label. So that should display. It's not displaying because it is not imported. Then here I'm just going to say add slash components. Here also add slash save it. So now you should able to see all the thing, but it's not highlighting the styles. So class name, which is going to use the cn function. Then here what I'm going to do is I'm just going to say text needs to be white 70% of its color. And whenever I'm hovering it, text needs to be white color, and I'm going to use the transitions for the animations. And right now you can see the color is being a little bit dim, and if I am hovering it, you should be able to see the difference, right? And now I need to bring this active style. If it is active, then I need to make sure the text color is the white color. And now you should be able to see it is being highlighted and the font semi bold. You should be able to see the dashboard is bit highlighted right now, right? If I am not doing this, see the difference. See, it's highlighting the home and it's highlighting that on that particular route. I don't want to do that, so that's the reason we added that fix. Okay, now it's highlighting only the dashboard. So now we have that dashboard menu over there. So right after the dashboard menu, I need to bring that toggle button. So let's say, sorry, the button, this button, generate button. So let's go ahead and bring that generate button. So for that, I'm just going to say class name flex gap, which is going to be for item center. Then here, I'm going to bring that generated button, but I need to keep that one as a reusable component generate, because I need to use it on the home screen as well as use client RAFC generate button, save it. And here what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring the link and I'm going to bring that generate button. For this, what I'm going to do is href, if the user is authenticated, right? So I need that authentication. So we are accessing it in the you need to access it in the label layout over here. So I'm going to make sure this function as an asynchronous function. Then right after here, I'm going to access that const is equals to await auth. So I'm going to get is, sorry, oops, going to be a function. Here I'm going to get the is authenticated. Then I need to supply it over here. Is authenticated. It's going to be is authenticated. So we don't have that value. So let's get back over here. So I need to define a props for our dashboard. So here I'm going to get the interface header props. Open it. Is authenticated, which is going to be a boolean value, and I'm going to destructure it over here. Header props. Header props. Header props is authenticated. Then I need to supply the, if the user is authenticated, push the user into slash dashboard DOARD, or else push the user into sign in. That's it. So now you should be able to see the generate button, but it's not looking as the way we wanted it. So we need to change it label, which is going to be the generate. That's the content I need to display in it. Now let me get into here and I'm going to define the face generate button props, which is going to have the label string. Then destructure it. generate button props label, so you don't have that type error anymore over here. Now inside this generate button, what I'm going to do is I'm going to write a very big custom styles. So for this, I'm going to use the button which is provided by the Shadcn itself, and make sure that is being imported properly. Slash components UI slash button. Save it. Now you should be able to see a button over there. So for this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to define the size, which is a smaller one, a small button. Then I'm going to define the class name, which is positions. It's the relative positions. Font needs to be medium, and let me bring this label inside so you can see the text label. So you should be able to see that label now. So font, which is going to be medium, then text needs to be the smaller one, right? Then bg gradient to bottom. So from, I'm going to give a very custom color, which is going to be hash 190d2e, right? So now you can see that to color, which is going to be hash 4a208a, something like that. Then I need to add some shadow for it. Shadow, which is going to be a custom shadow, which is going to be 0 pixels underscore 0 pixels underscore 12 pixels blur effect, and the color code 8C45FF. That's how it looks. Then I'm gonna get into the button. Let me cut this. I'm gonna bring the div. This is for absolute positions. Then I'm going to bring the span tag. I'm going to keep it inside over here. Then for the span tag, I'm going to say text needs to be white color. Okay, so this is not looking like this, so I need to make sure that looks in that way. For this, what I'm going to say, class name absolute, and it should access the complete available space inside 0. Then inside over here, I'm going to bring class name border, and then the border needs to be white color, border white of 20% of its color. Then it needs to be absolute, insert position needs to be 0, rounded needs to be medium. Okay, now we should be able to see a mild white color border over there. Okay, then I need to use the mask image, right? Okay, so I'm going to use the mask image, which is going to be linear gradient. So you can see why we are using this mask image. By the end of the result, you can see it to underscore bottom. Make sure this is underscore bottom, then comma black comma transparent. Don't leave any space. Okay, save it. Now you can't see anything over there. The border is gone, right? So what I'm going to do is, right after here, I'm going to create one more div, class name rounded medium, and absolute positions. I'm going to bring the border, and the border needs to be the white color, which is the 40%. Okay, then it needs to be insert 0. You should be able to see one more border over there. Again, I'm going to use the mask image, mask hyphen image colon linear hyphen gradient. This time it is going to be 2 underscore top comma black comma transparent. Okay, now we can see we're having this a nice border effect over there, right? Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a div, class name absolute, insert 0, shadow. I'm going to give the shadow a very custom shadow effect over here, 0 underscore 0 underscore, or you can type 0 pixels, and I'm going to give the 10 pixels of the blur effect. Okay, and I'm going to give a very custom color RGBA inside over here, 140 comma 69 comma 255 comma point 7 0.7, and it should have the inset shadow effect. Inset shadow effect, not the usual shadow one. A rounded medium. So save this. Now you should be able to see something like the glass morphic effect over there. See, something like this. So that now we should be able to see we achieve the exact same style over here. And now we have the button as well as and everything. So we have this one as a reusable component. So we successfully finished the generate button. So right after this generate button, we need to bring our over here. I need to bring our user button. So this needs to be displayed only if the user is authenticated. So after successful signed out, it needs to push the user into home screen. Save it. So that will bring the user button over there. Okay. So right after that, I need to bring the toggle container. So you should not able to see the menu now, but I need to bring the toggle container, right? So I need to bring the toggle container. So for that, I'm going to bring the toggle container. So let me bring the toggle container. I'm gonna create a new toggle container.tsx. Use client RAFC, which is going to be toggle container. Save it and let me put it for the time being over here. Save it. So we should not get the error. But now we need to jump into our let's say Shadcn, and let me get into the sheets. Search for sheet. This is the one, the menu, the side menu, which we are planning to create. So that's the one that we are planning to do. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to import all these things inside our toggle container. Delete it, import all these things. Then I'm going to bring all these things in here. Delete it and put it inside over here. So for this, I need whether the user is authenticated or not, and that we can I need to supply this prop is authenticated for this. Which is going to be optional and which is going to be a boolean value. Perfect. Now inside over here we have that, and this sheet trigger, what we are going to do is, okay, so next what we need to do is this sheet needs to be hidden on the medium devices but not on our what to say, on our mobile devices. So what I'm going to do is uh, sheet trigger needs to be menu from the Lucid React. So you should be able to see that menu. Then the sheet trigger can be hidden on the medium devices, minimum medium devices. It needs to be hidden. Save it. Now it will be hidden on that. Then I don't need, now if I click this, I should be able to see the sheet title, descriptions and everything, and I don't need this sheet title. So but I need to keep the sheet title as an empty string, otherwise we will run into an error. But I don't need this description. So right after this header, what I'm going to do, I'm going to create myself a new division class name, padding, which is going to be 8, space y, which is going to be 12. And inside here, I'm going to bring the nav menu, which we created. And let's make sure that it's been imported properly, add slash components. And I need to make sure it is the loaded as a mobile view. So save it. You should be able to see all the menus. Along with that, I need to bring the this link button as well as copy this one, and I need to put it over here. Link from next link, generate button from add slash components. Save it. So you should be able to see that over here. Okay. So what we can do is, it's better for this uh, mm, mm, mm. Okay, so class name, let's make this as a width full. flex item center and justify it in the center. You should be able to see that on the center of the screen. Okay, I think that would be fine. All right, so let me close this. Okay, so now we successfully completed the header section, right? So the header menu, the reusable header menu is successfully completed, right? So all we have to do is now get back into our dashboard page, and we have to start working on our the page now. Okay, and that is what we are going to do. So now let's go ahead and start with the dashboard page over here. So what I have to do is, let me get into collapse everything, close all. I have to get into the app routes dashboard. Okay, so here, so I'm going to change this into an asynchronous function. Okay, and here I need to get the user ID. So const is equals to await auth. Since it's a server-side component, I'm going to get the user ID. So here, if I don't have the user ID, I need to redirect the user, make sure that it's been imported from Next navigation, redirect the user into slash sign in page. Now I need to get the user information. Const user is equals to await get the current authenticated user, right? Then if I don't have the user also, I need to redirect the user into the same slash sign in page. Okay, so if I have the user, I need the username, I need the email, and I need the image URL. These are the things. So I need to get those informations, right? So these are the informations that I need to collect from the user object, which is provided by the clerk. Now I need to have a server functions, right? So in order to fetch the designs and all those things, right? So we will use those same thing. Currently we don't use these informations and everything, but why we are having all these things is because we need to save the username, email, image URL along when you're saving your designs informations, right? That's the reason we are doing it. So one more step we need to do, we need to fetch all the designs. That we can worry about that part later. So here for that, I'm just going to close this. Then I'm going to bring the container, add components container. Then for this container, which is going to be class name, space y, which is going to be 4, padding, which is going to be 4, minimum medium padding, which is going to be 8. Okay, so now I need to bring the breadcrumbs. If you check it out over here, we having this breadcrumbs, so I need to bring the breadcrumbs. Okay, so what I have to do is, so we have this breadcrumbs in our Shadcn itself. So for that, I'm going to create a new component over here called custom breadcrumb.tsx. Okay, so mark this as a client component. Use client component RAFC custom breadcrumb. Save it, and let's get into the Shadcn. So let's here search for breadcrumb. So you should be able to see that. Let me copy this. Let me paste it over here. Then right after here, I'm going to create the props. So two different props, which is going to be, okay, so this is going to be custom breadcrumb props, which we don't have yet. So all we have to do is interface custom breadcrumb props, open it here. So we need to bring two different, one which is going to be breadcrumb items, the list of items which we want to display, and that is going to be the optional one. Okay, it's going to be an object which carries the link as the string type and label as the string type. It's going can be an array of one. Then I need to bring the breadcrumb page, which is going to be a conditional one, and it should be a string type. Let's bring those things, breadcrumb page and the breadcrumb items. Save those things, and let me bring the custom breadcrumb. Okay, make sure that it's been imported from add components. Okay, so here I need to supply these the breadcrumb page and the breadcrumb items, which is going to be this dashboard. Okay, items, it's going to be, we need to display the dashboard and the link of the dashboard, and the current page where we are, the overview page. You should be able to see the breadcrumb, this one. And now we have to go ahead and start designing it. So here, let me close this. So let me get back over the Shadcn. So you can simply copy this and you can supply it over here. So save it. You should be able to see the breadcrumb components and the breadcrumb. Now we have the breadcrumb list, and we have the breadcrumb item, and we have the breadcrumb link. For this link, what I'm going to say, class name, flex, item center, testify center, and hover. When we are hovering it, we're going to change this text into blue 400 color, something like that. Or you can use the gradient color, just exactly what we did for that, but I think this is more than enough, right? Something like this. For this, I'm going to bring the home icon from the Lucid React. Then class name, width, of course it's going to be 3, height of course going to be 3, and margin right is going to be 2, something like that. Okay, or you can even go with the size number as 4, that would be more appropriate. Okay, now we have the breadcrumb link, and the breadcrumb, it should be closed. And right over here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring the conditional rendering. If I have the breadcrumb items, then I need to bring the React fragments, bring the React dot fragment. Okay, okay, so inside over here, now I'm just going to bring the mapping function, breadcrumb items dot map. Open it. I need to get the callback value rendering function. Then I need to extract the item and the index out of it. Over here, I'm going to bring the React dot fragment, and for this React fragment, I need to supply the key, which is going to be the index plus 1, index plus item dot link, whatever it is, I need to supply it. Then inside here only, I need to bring this the breadcrumb separator. Then I need to bring this breadcrumb item over there. Let me cut it out and let me put it over here. Breadcrumb item, breadcrumb link. And for this breadcrumb link, I'm just going to say class name hover. Whenever I'm hovering it, text, it should be blue. Text needs to be blue 500, something like that, right? So save this. Now once the React fragment has been completed, we have this React breadcrumb separator and then breadcrumb item, and inside over here I need to bring the breadcrumb current page. Saved. So now this is how it should looks, but here instead of this needs to be item dot label, and the link needs to be item dot link. So save this. Now that should be dashboard. When I click this, it will take the user into the dashboard. Okay, and if I click this, it will take the user into the home page. So now we have ourselves the custom breadcrumb, reusable breadcrumb, custom breadcrumb, right? So now I need to bring this entire section. So for that, I'm going to create a client component. For this, I'm going to supply the user information, which we don't have that, which we have the safe user information into the client component. So under this dashboard, I'm going to create a new subfolder called underscore components. Please use the underscore before. You should prefix the underscore before, prefix with underscore. The reason is because if each folders will be treated as a separate route in the Next.js. So we don't want this particular folder should be treated as the route. So use the underscore. Then inside the components, I'm going to create a new file called client.tsx, and let me mark this as a client component and RAFC client. So let me save this. And now for this client, I need to define the interface. So for this interface, client props, open it. I'm going to bring the user, which is going to be ID, the string. Then I need to get the full name, which is going to be string, or it can be a null. Then image URL, which is going to be string. Then I need to get the email, which is going to be the string. Okay, so then I need to bring those things over here, client props. Then I need to extract the user information from there. Then I need to import this from here. Save it so we don't have any type issues or anything. How we should able to see the client over there. Okay, so for this, now what we have to do is we have to do a lot of stuff over here. So let's go ahead and start working on the UI first. So for this class name margin 12, I'm going to bring margin top and bottom 12. Width needs to be full and padding needs to be 4 and rounded needs to be medium. Then we need a border, and then border needs to be the input color. Then space y, it's going to be 4, something like that. Now instead of this client, I'm going to, okay, so we need to bring a custom division in it. Okay, so now here, class name, which is going to be width as full, and it's going to be a grid, and grid column needs to be 1, but on the minimum medium device onwards, grid column needs to be 3 and gap needs to be 4, something like that, right? And inside over here, I'm gonna bring a division, class name, width full, and space y, it's going to be 4, column space, it's going to be 1, and padding, which is going to be 10, and border needs to be input, and rounded needs to be medium. This is how it looks. Okay, so then I'm going to have one more division right after here. This is with the space, which is going to be 2, and the position needs to be relative. Save this. This is how it needs to the second column. And inside here, I need to bring the select option. So for that, I need to create ourselves a new component called custom select.tsx, and which is going to be use client component RAFC custom, custom select component. Save this. Let me close this, and let me bring the search for select. This is the one that we are going to use. So I'm going to get this input statement and I'm going to put it over here. Okay, so now I need to create the props. So for the select, you can see we're having the value and we're having the option, right? So we need to create that first. So interface option, which is going to be the having the label, which should be a string. Then it's going to have the value, that's also going to be a string. Then I need to create an interface for custom select props. Open it. We need to supply the placeholder, which is going to be a string. Then we need to supply the options, which is basically going to be the type of option array. Then on change, whenever there is a changes happening, I need to call a function which is going to return nothing, but it is going to take the value, which is a type of string. Then I need to get the value. Basically the value can be a string or it can be a null. Then I need to supply the class name, which is going to be an optional parameter that is also going to be a string. These are the things. Then I need to bring all those things over here. Custom select props. I need to extract all those informations one after another. I need to bring the placeholder. I need to bring the options. I need to bring the on change, value, class name, everything. Perfect. Now inside over here, what I need to do is I'm going to bring this for the copy it. I'm going to bring it, and this is needs to be width as full width. Okay. So for this on value change, whenever there is a value change it's happening, I'm going to call this on change prop which we created. Then for the value, I'm going to supply the value, but it will expect a string. So we are supplying a string or null. Sometimes it can be a null. So if it is null, keep it as an empty string. Okay. Then for this trigger, make sure that width as full, and along with this, supply the class name. Okay, so what I can do is I can close this, use the cin function, get the width full over here, width full, then along with this apply the class name. Okay, then placeholder, this is the instead of theme, I'm gonna bring the placeholder. Okay, and instead of this, I'm going to cut this out, and here what I'm going to do, I'm going to bring the options dot map function. I'm going to extract the option opt, open it, render it. I'm going to bring the select item. Then I need to supply the key for it, which is basically going to be option dot value itself. That's the unique one. Then I need to supply the option dot label. Then along with this, I need to supply the value, which is going to be option dot value itself. Okay, so save these changes. Now we have ourselves the custom component, custom select component. So let me get back over here. Now I need to bring the custom select component from there. So what are the things that I need to supply for this? So first I need to supply the placeholder, which is going to be select a room style, something like that. Then I need to supply the options. So currently I'm going to supply an empty array. Okay, an empty array, because we need to supply an array over here. On change, I need to supply a handle room change function, which we don't have yet. Then the value, we need to have the value. So for that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create ourselves a state. Use state, which is going to be a room, set room, which is should be initially it should be null, and here we are setting the type as null or string. Okay, then I need to supply the room value over here. Then I need to create myself a function. So const handle room change, which is going to be a function. Okay, so for handle room change, what I'm going to do is I'm going to get the value, because it is going to supplying the value string. Then I need to say set room with that value. Okay, so now we don't have that issues anymore. So you should able to see that, but we don't have any array, because we need to collect that we need to create ourselves a dummy array. So what I'm going to do is I'm gonna give you some list of arrays, room styles, and along with that I'm gonna give you the AI style. These are all things, label and its value. This is, I use the ChatGPT to generate it in this format. We can just copy this option, and you can ask the ChatGPT to generate the list of room styles for in this object and return me as an array. So that is going to give you the list of room styles, different room styles in this values. Okay, so now I need to supply, instead of an empty array, I'm going to supply the room styles over. So that is going to display the list of room styles, something like this. Okay, so I can simply copy this one more time, and I can use it for the AI style. Select the AI style, and here I can simply say AI styles, and I can simply copy and paste it. Instead of this, I can simply say AI styles, I style. Instead of room, I can say AI style. Okay, and I can simply copy and paste this one time. Going to be handle AI style change, set AI style, that particular value, and we can supply the AI style. And here we can say handle AI styles change and AI styles. Save it. You should be able to see the list of AI styles over here. Perfect, right? And now we need to get the prompt. So for the prompt, as well as I'm gonna get use state snippet, which is going to be prompt, set prompt, which is initially going to be an empty string. Okay, so for the prompt, you should be able to keep only the string values, not apart from that. All right. Then for the prompt changes, yep, I think that should be more than enough. Okay, now in the text area over here, this is the place where we need to bring. So I'm going to bring the text area from add components UI. For this text area, I'm going to supply the content, which is going to be clear. Oops, sorry. Text area. For this text area, the placeholder, which is going to be type your prompt here. Then value, which is going to be the prompt itself. Then on change, which is going to be handle prompt change, which we don't have yet. We need to create it. Class name, which is going to be minimum height of this, going to be 100 pixels. Okay, so now we need to have that handle prompt change. So all I have to do is to copy this, and I'm just going to say handle prompt changes value and set prompt with that particular value, right? So instead of values, what I'm going to do is here I'm going to get an event. Okay, event, which is going to be react dot change event, and moreover, which is going to be HTML text area element. So here I just need to say event dot target dot value. Okay, so now we have the prompt values over there. So then right after the text area, what I'm going to do is at the top of here, you can see we have two different buttons, one for clearing the filters and another one is for saving the results, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring those two different buttons. So div class name, which is going to be absolute, and top, which is going to be 0, and right, which is going to be 0. And inside over here, I need to bring a tooltip button. If you search for tooltip, this one, we need to bring this, but it needs to be a button, and that button needs to be a reusable one. So we are going to create a tooltip button, a reusable button. So over here, I'm just going to say tooltip button.tsx use client. Here RAFC, which is going to be tooltip button. And for this, I'm going to create an interface, going to be tooltip button props. Open it. So for this, I need to bring all these import statements. So let me bring those import statements. Perfect. And now I need to bring the button variants, the different types of button variants that buttons can be. So here, these are the button variants: ghost, link, default, destructive, outline, secondary, null, undefined. These are the button things can be. And this, let me bring right after here. Then right after here, I'm gonna bring the type button type button size, which is basically default SM, medium, LG, or icon. I think medium we don't have. Default SM, large, and icon. Now for the tooltip button props, I need the content, which is going to be the string type. So let me bring all those necessary props, which is needs to be defined in it. These are the props that it's necessary. Okay, pause the video and type all the necessary prompts which I have created. Okay, so the button variant should not be anything apart from this. So that's the reason we have created ourselves these types. Okay, so now I need to bring those props inside over here. So I'm gonna say destructure this tooltip button props, and I'm going to bring all those content icon on click label, and for the default values I'm assigning the default values, all those things. Okay, so then I need to bring this all those options and everything. Okay, so what we need to do is, so for the tooltip, along with this we have this tooltip provider also. So bring the tooltip provider, so everything needs to be wrapped inside the tooltip provider, because during the production I ran into some hydration error. I don't know what mistake I made, but later I figured out this is the issue. I need to wrap this inside the tooltip provider. So that's the reason. And here I'm just going to say delay duration, which is going to be delay itself. Okay, and now we can bring the tooltip. Let me copy this and we can paste it over here. Okay, save it. Now for this tooltip we don't need to do anything, but for this tooltip trigger it's need to be marked as a child. Okay, then for this class name it needs to be disabled. If it is disabled, cursor not allowed. Otherwise cursor needs to be a pointer. Okay, then instead of hover I'm going to bring a button, because it's a button which is inside a button. That's the reason we wrap it as a child. And please make sure that is being imported from add/components UI/buttons. Now inside this buttons, what I'm going to do, I'm going to say button is going to be button variant. Oops, going to be button size. Then variant needs to be button variant. Then disable needs to be disabled prop. Then class name needs to be button class name. Then on click, whenever I'm clicking I'm going to call the on click prop. These are all the props that I need to supply. Now inside this button all I have to say, if it is loading, I need to show the loading animation. If it is loading, then I need to bring the loader class name, which is going to be minimum width as 4 and minimum height as 4. Animate needs to be spin. Okay, if it is not, then what I need to do is I need to bring a react fragment, and inside this react fragment I need to render the icon. Then I need to render the label. Then if I have the label, then I need to bring the span tag. Inside the span tag I'm gonna bring the label, and for this I'm gonna say class name, margin left it's going to be 2. Save these changes. Okay, so right after this tooltip content over here I'm going to bring a paragraph tag, which is going to be the tooltip content. Otherwise if it is loading, then in that instance I need to say loading. Okay, or it's going to load the content. Load the content. Okay, this is the condition that we need to display. Perfect. Now we have the tooltip reusable content. So let me get back over here. So here I'm just going to bring those tooltip button which we created by ourselves. Close this. Over here I'm simply going to say content, which is going to be clear all filters. Then on click I just going to say clear all filters. Then the icon for this, which is going to be filter X icon for that class name. Oops, class name, which is going to be minimum width, which is going to be 4, and minimum height, which is going to be 4. We don't have that clear all filters function, so I'm just going to say clear all filters function, empty function. So now I should able to see this. You see, you can able to see the tooltip which is working perfectly, right? So then I need to bring one more tooltip button right after here, which is going to be tooltip button, which this is going to be content, save the results, something like that. And on click, I need to simply call save the results. And this icon, which is going to be save icon, the class name, which is going to be minimum weight plus 4 and minimum weight has 4, and this needs to be disabled. When it needs to be disabled, if I don't have the generated output image and if it is still saving. If it is loading, then I need to do that. So for that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create two different states. Okay, so first one, which is going to be use state, going to be is saving. If it is still saving, then I need to disable it, which is going to be a boolean value. Then I need to get the output image. Use state one for uploaded image. So it can be either carry a string or it can be a null, and another one which is going to be for your output image, which is the generated one. It can be a null or it can be what we can say string, or it can be a null. So save this, and now along with that I need to create one more function which is going to be save the results. Let me scroll down over here. Let me import the save, and let me bring, if I don't have the output image. So right after that, even if I don't have if it is saving, then loading state is going to be is saving. Save these changes. Now you should not get any issues, but this button will be disabled because we don't have the uploaded image and we don't have the the generated images as well. So right after this division, I'm going to bring a tooltip button, which is going to be for generate. Then the icon, which is going to be um, refresh. Refresh CCW, this one. That's the icon. Then on click, we are going to have the function called handle generate, something like that, which we don't have yet. Label, which is going to be generate, and button size, which is going to be default 1. Then button variant, which is going to be default 1. Then loading animation, which is going to be loading state, which we don't have yet. So use state loading, which is going to be the type of boolean alone. And then I don't have one more function, it's called handle generate function. So here I need to supply the loading state. Then button class name, width needs to be full, and this button needs to be disabled. When it's disabled, if I don't have the uploaded image or if it is still loading. Save these changes. Now you should be able to see the generate button. So far all these buttons doesn't have any actions at all, but we have the UI part completed, right? So next we need to get back into the second division where you have this options where the drag and drop image options, right? So let's go ahead and do that now. So for that, what we have to do is, so this division, okay, this grid where the grid has been completed, yep, right after here, what I need to do, this is the right we need to bring that two different grid class name. It's going to be a grid, and width needs to be a full. Grid column, it's going to be 1, but on the medium devices onwards, it's going to be grid column 2. Then gap needs to be 4. Oops. Yep, save it. Now we have that. Then inside here in the left side section, this is the place where we need to bring the image uploader option, and in the right side section, that's the place where we are going to display the generated image section. So first for the let's go ahead and bring the image uploader option. Okay, so for this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create myself a new component over here called image uploader.tsx. So for this image uploader, I'm going to mark this as a client component, use client, and I'm just going to create an interface image uploader props, which is going to be disabled. We are going to bring the list of props. So let me bring the list of props over here. It's going to have the disable as an optional one, on change as a functions, on remove, and the value and the location. So these are the things. Okay, then I'm just going to say RAFC, and which is going to be image uploader, and I don't need this. And here I'm going to destructure as the image uploader props, and inside I'm going to bring all those props side of here, save it. These are the things. Okay, so this is the place where we need to use the Firebase and all those stuffs, but don't worry, we will do that part later. But first, what we need to do, we need to bring the React drop zone. So this is the package that you have to download. This is the one, React drop zone. This is the one that you have to download. So I'm going to stop this server, and then I'm just going to say pnpm add React drop zone. Oops, my bad, which is already included, so you don't have to do that. Pnpm run dev, we can directly I don't think so I included in the starter template. So anyways, please go ahead and run it. Okay, so now what I need to do is so this sometimes cause the hydration issue. So for that, how to fix that, we can use this mounted is going to be false, and it's going to carry on the boolean value alone. Then use effect, going to take a callback function and array injections. Inside this callback function, I'm just going to say set is mounted as true, and then empty injections only over here, and all after here. If I don't mount it, if it is not mounted, then I'm just going to return the null value. So this could prevent the hydration issue. So let's bring the rest of the states. What are the states that it's necessary for us? So right after here, I need to bring the loading state, use state, which is going to be is loading. Let us keep it as a false, and we can keep the type as the boolean itself. Then we need to bring the deleting state and the progress state. So use state snippets, which is going to be on deleting. So on deleting, it's going to have some loading process and everything. That is also going to be a boolean value. Then use state, which is going to be a progress. When we are uploading it, it is going to have a progress value, which is going to be 0, and it can be a number only. So save this, all these things. Okay, so now we need to bring this drop. So I'm going to bring this use drop zone right after here. Then right after here, in between, so don't type anything right after here, it should be in between them. So const, you need to bring this on drop functionality. Whenever I'm dropping something, it needs to ready to accept the file. So I'm just going to say accepted file, which is going to be the type of file array, right? Then if the accepted file dot length, if the length is equals to 0, then I just need to return it. So The reason why we are using here array is, and maybe in the future if you're willing to select multiple files also, we can use the same file, same code, right? But right now we are just allowing the user to upload only one, so I'm just going to get the const file, which is going to be accepted file, access the 0th index, not the list. But if you're if you're making sure to select the multiple files, then keep the you need to supply the entire array itself. Okay. Okay, so then right after here, once the file has been selected, I need to send it to this function on upload. I need to supply the file, but we don't have that function yet. So I'm going to create this const on upload. And this function is going to carry on a prop, which is going to be a file, which is a type of file itself. Okay. And then over here, currently I'm just going to do the console.log file options, right? All right, after here, once we have those options and everything, we need to get these values and everything from the use drop zone. So using the use drop zone, I need to access all those things. Okay, so I'm going to get all these things. So I'm just going to copy this and I'm going to paste it. Okay, so this is the thing. I need to get the root props, I need to get the input props, and I need to get these drag active, and along with that is drag reject as well. As these are all things. And along with the on drop, I'm just going to say accept. What are the things that it's need to accept? It's need to accept image slash star, which it can be an array. Okay, then it's multiple. Currently I'm just going to keep it as false, but in future if you want to enable it as a true multiple files, you need to change this into true, and you need to remove this options. Okay, these are the things. Make sure that it's ready to accept all the images, everything. Okay, now then what I need to do is I need to get back into the UI part. Inside this particular, I'm going to bring the image uploader over here, right? So I'm just going to say image uploader, add components. So first I need to supply the location. So where I need to save these images in the Firebase, I need to save these in this Firebase on the client's images folder. And on change, for this on change, for the time being, I'm just going to keep an empty array function. Later we can create those functions, or what we can do is right after here, I'm just going to simply copy and paste this 2 more times, which is going to be handle image change, and here handle image remove. So inside this handle image change, I'm just going to say set upload image, which is going to be the URL, which we don't have that yet. So I need to get that URL over here. Then handle change remove, which is going to be set upload image, which is going to be null. That's it. Okay, so then I can simply scroll all the way to the bottom. I can simply supply this over here, handle image change. Then for this on remove, I can say handle image remove. Then for the value, I need to supply the upload image value. So save this. Currently you should be able to see, refresh it. There we go. You should be able to see the upload image. Okay, which is working perfectly. So far no issues at all. So let me close this. And here what we need to do is I'm going to bring a div. For this, I'm just simply going to say width full. Inside here, I'm going to write a condition. If I do have a value, I need to render something. If I don't have a value, I need to render a div. Right? These are the things. If I have the value, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to say class name width. Of course, it's going to be full. and flex, which is 1, and height needs to be full. Aspect video, it should be the video size aspect video. Then position needs to be relative, rounded needs to be medium, flex, item center, justify center, overflow needs to be hidden, and I need to have a border, and the border needs to be input size, input color, and BG needs to be the muted color. And when it comes to dark mode, BG needs to be muted slash 50%, right? So say this changes. Okay, now let me enable the word wrap, so you can see it word wrap. And inside here, okay, inside here, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring the image from next image over here. I'm just going to say fill class name, width needs to be full, height needs to be full, and object needs to be cover. Then alt, which is going to be uploaded image or something, that's the alternative text, and source needs to be the value, and it needs to be prioritized. Then I'm gonna have one more absolute, that's a delete button, z index 10, top 2, right side 2, then cursor needs to be pointer. I'm going to bring a button, make sure it's coming from @/components button, and here in this button I'm just going to say the size, which is going to be icon, and then variant, which is going to be destructive, and inside I'm just going to bring the trash icon. Okay, so for that I'm just going to say class name, cursor needs to be pointer, and for this on click, it's going to be on delete function, which we don't have yet. So const on delete is equals to that function. Okay, perfect. So say this changes. Currently you don't see anything because we don't have added anything for if I don't have the value. Okay, so here for this, what I'm going to do is we have this on deleting state, right? So inside here I'm just going to say on deleting, if it is true, at that point I need to bring the loader animation, otherwise I need to keep the trash. So for the loader I'm just going to say animate spin, save it. That would be perfect. And for this particular division, what I'm going to do is I'm going to get into the React drop zone, and this is how you need to destructure your props of get a root props. You need to destructure it. So what I'm going to do is for this I'm just going to say class name. It's going to be quite different one, but you need to understand it over here. Try to understand. Here I'm just going to destructure those get root props, destructure it, open it, then open the object. Then I'm going to supply the class name for it. So class name over here, it's going to be an object. Use the dynamic string literals. So width needs to be full. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring those colors, those styles directly over here, because it will not show the auto suggestions. You need to type exactly as it is. Okay, so otherwise you can simply type it over here and you can copy and paste it there. Okay, then right after this one, what I'm going to do is inside this over here, what I'm going to do is dollar if is drag active. If it is drag active, then I'm going to bring a style, which is going to be looks like this. Okay, and then if it is drag reject, if the drag active is, then we need to display this. Otherwise, if the drag reject is true, then I need to display one color, or else I need to display another one. So here I'm just going to bring, if the drag reject is active, I need to display this. If the drag reject is not active, then I need to display this, something like this. Okay, this is how it will be displayed. Then inside this div, I'm going to bring an input tag, which is going to be, close this input, which is going to be get input props, destructure all the get input props function. Then I need to simply say disabled, it needs to be disabled. Save it. Then right after here, I need to simply say is loading. If it is loading, then I need to display a division. Otherwise, I need to create one more div over here. So if it is loading in this particular thing, it's going to be flex column, and then gap, it's going to be 2. And inside here, I need to display the progress. For the time being, I'm just going to simply say the progress. Otherwise, inside this div, I'm just going to say width, of course, it's going to be full, height, it's going to be full, flex column, gap, it's going to be 2, item center, justify center, text muted foreground, dark on the dark mode, text is going to be muted. Then inside here, I'm just going to bring the image plus icon, which is going to be the having the minimum height as width as 10, height as 10. Then I'm going to bring the paragraph, which is the drag is active at that point, text needs to be drop it here. Otherwise, drag and drop an image or click to select one, something like that. So this is will be displayed. I think text muted, let's keep the text muted foreground itself. I think that this would be more appropriate one. Okay, so these are all things. Now if I click this, I should be able to open the options, or I can bring the 1 minute, let me bring that window over here, downloads. I can choose, let me open the console. If everything is working fine, then the on change also should work fine. Let me collapse this. Okay, so here I'm going to bring this image, drop it. You should be able to see the file console logs, which is working fine. So once it has been triggered, once the images has been dropped, it is going to be triggering this function. It's going to make sure the access that file's length, then it's going to access the first index, and it's sending that function into the on upload, right? So this is what happens every time whenever you're clicking, selecting the image, or through the input props, which is nothing but clicking the image or dragging the image. So all those options will be triggering this on drop function, and it is going to send that functions into your on upload. This is the place where we are going to upload the images into your Firebase. So now all we have to do is to go ahead and configure the Firebase, and that is what we are going to do now. So for that, what you have to do is open your browser and search for firebase.google.com. So all you have to do is to click this go to console option, and you just have to create yourself your own Firebase project. So let me open my any one of the existing project, and once you created the project, you can see you can get into the build folder, build menu options, and you can choose this storage options. So in order to enable this storage options, it will ask you to upgrade the project, which is nothing but by default Firebase everything is in the Spark plan, Spark, which is $0 per month. And if you want to use the Firebase storage and all those things, you need to upgrade your plan into Blaze plan, which is nothing but it has the free tier, but once you cross that free tier, it will automatically based on the usage limit, you will be charged on the month, but it does have 5 GB of free storage. If you cross the 5 GB only, you will be charged. But in order to do that, you need to select this plan, then you need to choose your billing accounts and all those things. It will ask you your deed card details and everything, but you will not be charged unless if you cross the limit. Okay, so in this case, I already enabled for one of my project with my billing card and all those things, so I'm going to use that, and I'm going to configure that the API keys and everything. Okay, so for that, what I'm going to do is first I need to install the Firebase, so I'm just going to collapse it. Clear pnpm add Firebase, just have to add this Firebase, pnpm add Firebase. Okay, then one second. And then you need to open up your environment variable, and then you need to configure your Firebase key. You can access those Firebase keys over here in the project settings under the console sections. Over here you can access your Firebase keys over there. Okay, so all you have to do is to paste this something like this: npm public Firebase API key, your API key, auth domain, project ID, storage bucket, message sender, app ID, all these things. Okay, you can copy this thing from the description. Okay, so you can paste it over there. You can or you can pause the video and you can type it by yourself. Okay, so now I have updated my API keys and everything, and now all I have to do is to go ahead and create in the root folder. I'm going to create myself a new folder called config. Under this config folder, I'm going to create a new file called firebase.config.yes. Inside here, now what we have to do is we need to import all the necessary packages from import a command from Firebase /app. From here I just need to say get apps, get app, and initialize the app. Then right after here import from Firebase/storage. So here I'm just going to say get storage. These are the options. Then I need to get the Firebase configurations options from our environment variable. We need to access all those variables respectively, right? So please take your time, pause the video, and copy and paste it one after another. Then const app is equals to get apps dot length. If the app is already been initialized, I need to get the apps information. Otherwise, I should initialize with the Firebase configurations because I don't want to recreate every single time. So const storage is equals to const storage is equals to get storage with the app informations. Then I just need to export the storage alone. So now our Firebase configurations is pretty much done. Okay, then all we have to do is to get into the image uploader. So we have to upload this image, right? So I need to get into the on upload section. This is the place where we are console logging. So I'm just going to say try and catch. Okay, and in the finally segment over here, I'm just going to say set is loading, which is going to be true. Then right after here, I'm just going to say const storage reference. We need to create a storage reference. If you want to understand this completely, you have to go through this Firebase docs. Search for Firebase docs, click the Firebase documentation, and go to the build storage and get into the web and upload files. If you scroll all the way to the bottom, you can see how to create the storage reference and how to upload all the this is the one, how to create the storage reference, how to create the upload task, and how to upload all the informations and everything. Okay, use this documentation for your reference. So here I'm just going to use the reference from the Firebase storage. Please make sure that it's been imported from the Firebase storage. Let me keep it on the okay. So right after here, for this storage reference, what I'm going to do is I need to supply the storage object from the config which we created. Then I need to supply the dynamic string literals. So this, which is going to be the location, the client's location. Then along with this, I need to create the file name. The file name needs to be unique. So I'm just going to use the date.now function. Then along with this, I need to supply the file.name itself, file.name. Okay. So in order to maintain the unique file name, that's the reason. So const upload task, which is equals to upload bytes resumable. That's the function we are going to use. Supply the storage reference into it. Then along with this, apply the file. Then along with this, you need to supply the metadata of your file, which is going to be the content type, which is should be the file dot type itself. That's the metadata of the file we are supplying. Then using this upload task dot on state changed, whenever the state changes is happening, it's happening, it is going to give us three different functions. To check it out over here, it is giving us three different functions. One is for calculating the progress, and another one is for error, and another one is for getting the download URL. So save it. Now inside here, I'm going to get the snapshot. And inside here, I need to calculate the progress. You can simply copy this from here and you can paste it. Then I'm just going to set progress, open it. I'm just going to say parse float, open it. I need to supply the progress dot to fixed. I don't need not more than 2 decimal values. Okay, that's the thing. And snapshot, we are getting an error. Why? Oh, sorry, misspell snapshot. Okay, so save it. Now in the error section, if I'm getting any error, oh come on, if I'm getting any error, I'm just going to raise a toast notification, right? For that, what we need to do, we need to bring the toast provider. So in the root section, I'm going to create myself a new folder called providers, and inside this providers, I'm just going to say toast providers.tsx. Okay, so for that, we're gonna use in the Shadcn, we having this sonar. This is the one we are going to use. See, this is the one, alert notifications, the create alert notifications. This is the one we are going to use, RAFC, which is going to be toast provider. And I'm going to close this. And for this, it is going to return the toaster. So I'm going to bring the toaster from the sonar. See, not sonar, from add component sonar. So if you want to understand how the sonars and all those things, you can get into the documentation and you can see what is the rich colors. What does the rich colors do? See, rich color warning. What does the rich color do? How to add the property, and what about the positions and the different class names, right? So you can understand it much better just by go ahead and go through the documentation. Now we have the toast provider, and now I need to get into the providers.tsx, and inside over here I need to bring the toast provider. So that is can help us to add the alert notification. So let me get into the uploader. If there is any specific error is happening, so at that point I just need to say over here I just need to say toast dot, let us import the toast from the sonar package, error, access it. I'm just going to say something went wrong, and right after here I'm just going to get the description, which is going to be the error as error type, access the message out of it. That is going to be the error notifications. So if I don't have any specific error, what I'm going to do, I need to get the download URL, which is going to be an async function. Over here, I'm going to bring the try and catch itself. Inside the catch, I'm just going to copy this toast error and I'm going to get it, and I'm going to simply say error on fetching URL, something like that. Download URL. Okay, that's the error message that we are going to give. Okay, so inside over here in the try, I'm just going to say const download URL is equals to await get download URL. I need to supply the upload task dot snapshot dot reference. If you supply that reference, it is going to give you the download URL of the uploaded image. Once it is downloaded successfully, I'm going to use the onChange function from the prop, and I'm going to supply that download URL into it. Then I'm going to raise the toast message as it successfully uploaded. Something like this. Okay, perfect. Let's check this out. So I'm going to get into my Firebase, where it is. Yep, I'm going to get into my storage. Under the clients, I might have different images. See, under the clients, I have different images. So for your understanding, what I'm going to do is I'm going to change this folder YouTube clients, something like that. Okay, so this will create a new folder over here, and it will be uploading that image. So here now I'm going to bring where is that? I don't have the Finder window. So let me bring any one image for uploading purpose. So let me bring this and drop it over here. So it's doing console.log. Okay, so pnpm run dev. Close this. And for the progress, we haven't did anything, right? So here I need to bring the progress status, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create myself a new component called progress status.tsx. And for the progress status, it is going to be a custom progress made, which is basically the SVGs, animations, and everything. You can simply copy this code from the description. So what I'm doing is basically just an SVG animation, and I'm just adjusting the size based on the size map. I'm calculating the sizes, everything. See, these are the sizes I'm fixing, and based on the size variant, I'm just calculating the progress, right? So save it. You can simply copy this code, and I'm going to supply this over here, progress status from I'm going to supply the progress. This is going to be the progress itself. Then I can simply refresh this page, and now I can bring this upload option over here. You can see it's having that loading option, and it is being uploaded, but there is an issue. What is that? Oh, okay, so we haven't configured this the host name. This one we haven't configured this, so all I have to do is to copy this and get into the network section. There it is, network.next config, and here I'm just going to get the images array, open it, remote patterns, open, it's going to be an array, open it, and here I need to create an object with the host name, configure your host name, save it. Okay, this is how you need to configure it, which means our image has been successfully uploaded. You can check this out, just refresh it. You should be able to see a new folder over here called YouTube downloads, YT clients. See, YT clients. Inside that, I should be able to see that image. Perfect. Now let me delete this. I don't want it. I can get into here and I can re-upload it. Now it should be, once it's been uploaded, it should be able to display it. Notification, it's been triggered successfully and it's displaying the images. And now I should be able to do the on delete options as well as. So I'm gonna get the on delete function, get into here. Inside the on delete function, all we have to do is to delete that function, so delete that image based on the the image URL itself. So set on deleting function, it's going to be true. Then I'm going to bring the try and catch. If there is any error is happening, I'm going to simply say error on deleting this. And finally, I'm going to simply say set on deleting as false. Inside this try, I'm just going to say if I don't have this value, if I don't have the value, I'm just going to say toast dot error, open it, no image to delete, something like that. Otherwise, I'm just going to remove from the client first by using the value. Then I'm going to delete this const image reference, which is going to be get the reference of your storage by using the value. Okay, well, oh, okay, so I missed this return, sorry. If I don't have the value, the function will be returned, right? Displaying this alert message and it will be returned. And if I have the value, then it will skip that, and then it will comes over here, delete object from the Firebase storage. I need to supply that image reference over here, and this function needs to be an asynchronous function. Okay, if the image is being successfully deleted, you can simply say image removed successfully, save it. And now let's check this out. If I click this, it's saying image removed successfully. Okay, but why we are getting this progress? um okay, we are missing something somewhere. This is displaying, it's because on the upload section we triggered the set loading as true, but we didn't changed it into false at any point. So even if the uploading failed, I need to set the loading as false. And even if I'm getting error over here, also set the loading as false, and here also set the loading as false. Okay, otherwise it's better to say in the finally, I can simply say set loading as right. I think that sounds good. So let me refresh it. Now we can check this out. We don't have anything inside the YouTube clients because we uploaded it and we deleted it. If the delete is working fine, you don't see the YouTube clients anymore. Okay, so now let me check this out. So let me bring this and let me drop it here. It is uploading, and now if you go ahead and refresh your page, you should be able to see the YouTube clients folder over there. See, and you should be able to see this image. And if I delete this one, you will not get anything, an image removed successfully. And if I get back over here, refresh this one, you should not see the files anymore. See, so which means the uploading and deleting options, it's working fine. So which means this one is complete. Close this, close this. And now all we have to do is to go ahead and generate this one, the image. We need to generate the image, and that is what we need to do next. All right, then, so now let's go ahead and bring this the right side sections container. So let me close this and let me get back over here. So right after this image uploader option, so here I'm going to create one more div, which is going to be class name, width is going to be full, and aspect, it's going to be square aspect. Wait, okay, so it's going to be 1 second. Okay, let's go here and let's see if there is any differences. We can figure it out later. Okay, so aspect square, and position needs to be relative positions, rounded needs to be medium, and border input, and bg needs to be muted, and on the dark bg muted, needs to be 50%. That's how it looks. Then inside this division, we need to show the loader while the image is being generating, right? So I'm just going to say if it is loading, then if I don't have this output image, then only I need to display this section. So div class name, which is going to be width full, height full, flex column gap needs to be 4, item needs to be center, justify needs to be center. Then here I'm going to create a div class name, flex item center, justify center, gap it's going to be 2. Then inside over here I need to bring the loader animation, loader, and that is going to have a class name of width. Of course it's going to be height it's going to be 8, and animate needs to be spin, and then the text needs to be blue 100. Save this. Then right after this loader animations loader, I'm just going to simply say span generating. For this I'm just going to say class name margin left, which is going to be 2, and text needs to be lg, text needs to be blue 50 or 500, and then animate pulse, something like that, right? So, and right after this division, right after here, I'm going to bring the progress bar class name, width needs to be full, and margin top it's going to be 4, height needs to be 40, and then flex item center, justify center, and inside over here I'm going to bring the progress status. Then for this I'm going to calculate the progress, so which we need to calculate the progress. So I need to get the progress state, use state snippet progress, it's going to be a number type. Then I can supply the progress and the size, which is going to be smaller size one. Okay, so right after that what I need to do is, right after this particular division I'm going to create one more division, which is going to be class name, and which is saying flex item center, justify center, gap it's going to be 2. Here I'm just going to have the span tag, which is going to say keep waiting, and this might take a while, please don't. So you can't use the apostrophe, something like this, it will gives you the production error when you're deploying it. So it's going to be a pause, something like this, close the tab. Okay, you need to use the apostrophe, something like this. So that's the thing. So right after here, then I need to show the placeholder message before the generation. If it is not loading and I don't have the output image, then I need to display this particular section, which is going to be division class name flex, sorry, width full, height full, flex item center, justify center, then span tag, which is going to be start analyzing the image. For this span tag, text needs to be lg, text muted foreground, something like that. Okay, and let's make this flex column, and right after here I'm just going to say, okay, let me get the lucid icons and search for bulb or a light. uh info. Okay, let's use the info icon, info. from the Lucid React. That's how it looks. Class name my2 and text muted foreground, like that. Oops, not text muted foreground. That would be perfect. Okay, and then we need to show the output image. So if I have the output image, then I need to display this. So how I need to display this? So if you check it out, our examples over here, we having this before and after slider component, right? So for that, we are going to use this before, we need to say react before after slider component. This one, react before after slider component. This is the one that we are planning to use. Yeah, this is the one, npm. See, this is the one that we are planning to use, so you can say something like that. So for that, I'm just going to stop the server, npm add react before after slider component. I'm gonna add this, then I need to import the package, something like this. So I'm gonna copy these two, then scroll all the way to the top, keep this on the top. I'm gonna paste this and I'm gonna scroll all the way to the bottom. Let me run this npm run dev, and you need to supply the first image and the second image. So I'm gonna bring this, copy it, and I'm going to paste it. In this case, I'm going to delete both of them. Okay, so I'm going to replace that, the first image, which is basically going to open this object, which is going to have the image URL, and you need to supply the uploaded image. If the uploaded image is not there, then I'm going to fill it with the placeholder, a dummy placeholder, something like this. Then over here, I'm going to supply the image URL, which is going to be output image. If it doesn't have that, then use this as a placeholder. Save it. This is all about the client component. Refresh it. Okay, so now we have completed this UI part. Okay, so next what we need to do is we need to get into the handle generate part section. Okay, so that's the thing that it is most important thing. So let me get into the handle generate function, which is here. Right after here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say, if I don't have the upload image, I just need to return this function. Otherwise, what I need to do, I need to open this, then I'm just going to say set loading, which is going to be true. Then right after here in the finally, I'm just going to say simply set loading as false. If there is any issues or been happening, I'm just going to simply set that failed to generate, throw this error. Please try again later. So for this now, I'm going to create a server and an API. So let's go ahead and to create the API first. Inside the app folder, you need to create the API folder, right? So I'm going to create a new folder over here called API, and inside the app folder, I'm going to create a new folder called generate, and inside the generate folder, I'm going to create a new file called route.ts. Okay, so inside this route.ts, let's import all the necessary things first. Next response from the next server. Then I need to install a very specific package called Gradio client, because that is what we are using in our Hugging Face AI. So pnpm add at Gradio / client. So make sure that is being installed. So clear it, pnpm run dev. Then here I'm going to import from at Gradio client. From here I'm going to access the client. Then I'm just going to say RAFC, which is going to be the post method. Okay, it's not going to return anything, just a function, and this function is going to be an asynchronous function, and this post method is going to get the request, which is going to be the next request. Okay, next request. And here inside over here, I'm going to bring the try and catch. If there is any error is happening, I need to return the next response as there is some error or internal error or something like this, fail to generate the image. Otherwise, here I just need to say const, I need to get await request dot json. I need to extract the image URL, and I need to extract the prompt, these two, because I will send the prompt and the image URL over here. So const image response is equals to await fetch the image URL. From the image URL, I will fetch the image response. I will convert it into the image blob is equals to await image response dot blob data. You will access the blob data. Then const client is equals to await client dot connect. You need to connect with your client. So let's get over here and let me collapse this, and this is your client. I'm simply going to copy here and I'm going to paste it over here. Client, that's our client. Then I need to extract the result. Const result is equals to await client dot predict. Predict, open it. This is the API slash predict. That's the API you need to supply. Make sure that there is no spelling mistakes. So it needs to be same, predict. Then I need to supply the object into it, which is going to be your input underscore image, which is nothing but this one. That's a prompt which you are using, right? So input underscore image, which is going to be image blob. Then you need to supply the prompt, which is going to be the prompt itself. Okay, don't mistake over there. Then I need to if there is any unknown error is happening, so I need to fix that before returning the data. Const return the data result dot data as URL, which is going to be string. Then I need to get the path, that is also going to be string. Then const image src is equals to, I need to access the data. Then I need to access the 0th index. From the 0th index, I need to access the URL, which is going to be an array. So that's the reason we are getting this error. Okay. So this result.data is going to return a multiple value, but I need only these objects, these values from that object. Okay. It's going to be an array, and from the 0th index only we can access the URL. Okay. Then I just need to return the next response dot JSON, open it with the image. I'm going to supply the image src. Okay. So let me add a proper comments over here. These are all the proper commands, so you can understand what is the purpose of all those lines which we returned. Okay. So save this. Now we have the generate API. Now in the client, let me get back over here. Now I need to create a server function in order to access that. So let me get into the root folder. I'm going to create a new folder called actions. Inside the actions folder, I'm going to create a new file called generate from Hugging Face.ts. Okay, so let me made a mistake. All right, so here now what we need to do is I'm going to create a function export const generate from Hugging Face model is equals to an asynchronous function. So this function is basically going to take an image URL, which is going to be string, and another one which is going to be the prompt, that is also going to be a string. Then I can access those image URL and the prompt in it. Then inside this function, I'm going to simply say try and catch. So if there is any error is happening, I'm going to do the console.log and throw that error out of it. Otherwise, I'm going to get the response const response is equals to await Axios. We need to install the Axios. So pnpm add Axios, then pnpm run dev. So inside here, let me bring the Axios. So let me import the Axios at the top. Now we will get that axios.post, open it. I need to call the generate API slash generate. So API slash API slash generate. So please make sure that folder name is correct inside the app folder API, and this generate folder name is correct. Don't make any spelling mistakes. Then right along with this, I need to send an object which is going to be your image URL. Then you need to supply your the prompt. Don't make any order changes. First you need to send the image URL, then only you need to send the prompt, because that is how we are receiving it over here. Please don't make that silly mistake, because that's what I did, and it cost me a couple of hours to figure it out why it's not coming. Because yeah, that's a lot of things. Return response dot data dot image, because that is what we are collecting over here, right? So don't make any mistakes. Save it. This is the server function. Now get into the clients. We need to access that function to trigger that. So here I'm just going to say const result is equals to await generate from there, open it, and please make sure this function is an asynchronous function. Okay, please make sure that you have to use the await keyword, open it. I need to supply the image URL, open it, which is going to be the uploaded image. Then I need to supply the prompt. So prompt, which is basically going to be a dynamic string literals, open it. I need to supply the prompt. Along with this, I need to supply the room. If I have the room, then I need to simply say room style, which is going to be the room. Okay, otherwise keep it as an empty. Otherwise keep it as an empty string. Then I need to supply the style. If I have the AI style, then I just need to say AI style, which is going to be AI style, or else I need to simply make it as an empty string. Then right after here, I'm just going to say make sure the image is high quality, which is going to be 1080p. And okay, so it's better I can, instead of typing, I can paste it. Okay, this is what the prompt is going to be, right? Then here I'm just going to say set output image, open it. I'm going to set the result. Then set is so I need to have one more state, which is going to be use state snippet. Set is generating, which is going to be false, and which is going to have a boolean value. Okay, so for that button, generated button, I think this is not necessary, so we can simply ignore this. Okay, so we are getting the, if there is any error, we are doing that. If it is generated successfully, okay, we don't need to, if it is generated successfully, we don't need to do anything else because that will be displayed over there, right? Oh, yep, I hope there will be no errors at all. Let's check this out. So let me bring an image over here, bring it. I'm going to make this as an home office style, which is going to be modern. And let me ask the, wait a minute, where is the prompt have generated. Hmm, it's not there. Yep, here it is, the prompt. Let me give that prompt over here, and let me open this inspect elements. Let me get into the network section, and if I click the generate, it should trigger the generate. And for the progress, it's not working because somehow we failed to. Mm, okay, we have to figure it out. That is an issue with the, we get the logs. We have to figure it out. What is the mistake? Okay, so for the regarding the progress, I failed to do one thing, so no issues. We can do that on the next step. Okay, so we have to wait until it successfully triggering it, and we have to make sure whether everything is working fine or not. So let's wait. I'm gonna pause this and I'm going to wait until it's starting the, let me refresh it. So let's wait and we will wait to see the results. And there we go. So image, it's been successfully generated, and you can see, let me refresh it. Okay, so it is not showing the logs, but here we can see, I think this is, yeah, it's ours only, but I don't know why it's not showing the log. But here you can see we got the output. This is the generated one, and this is the image which is provided by that specific image. Okay, so it's working fine, but there is some slight issues. I don't know why that image is not taking the complete 100 percentage. And not sure why is that happening. Which is working fine, but it's not taking the 100 percentage image. Maybe because of we need to add few styles. So open up your global.css, and at the end you need to add these styles. Before after slider height, make sure the height 100 percentage, for the image 100 percentage. So these are the things, so that will keep your image 100 percentage of that. Okay, so now we are getting the image styles and everything as we expected it. Okay, So now all we have to do is we have to save this result into our own uh where into our Postgres SQL. And before that, I need to change that loading steps. So for that, I'm going to use this use effect hook, this use effect. So manually we are calculating based on Node.js timeout option. We are setting the progress as 0. Based on the set interval, we are calculating the time progress by ourselves, right? Otherwise, it will stop at the 95 percentage until the progress is completely completed, and the loading state will change into true. Then we are clearing the interval over here. Okay, just for showing the UI purpose, because it doesn't gives us the loading options and everything, because on the free tier we don't have that options in the Hugging Face model, right? So that's the reason we are manually doing this. Okay, so this is the thing. And for the clear filter, we have two clear filter functions. So one is for clearing all the filter. Where is it? The one is for clearing the, okay, so here handle a room a reset. For these two functions, why we need that these two functions is because to reset those values. So to set those styles and the rooms, to we need to reset those functions, right? Set AI style. Okay, so we have those two functions already, but we don't have the reset function. Yes, now it's perfectly fine. So see, once you save all these things, everything is gone. So the clear function, basically in the clear all filters, what we created is we created these two functions for resetting the room, and we are resetting the AI style. And in the clear filter function, if I have the upload image, and if it is not saving, so if the user try to filter it, because the user uploaded the image but they're trying to clear the filter, but before clearing it, they need to delete that image from the Firebase. So that's a warning that we are trying to do over here. Then we are simply resetting everything, and this is clear after save. We are clearing all those everything entire stuff, right? So inside over here, now I need to write the code to save this result. So for that, I'm going to create myself a new API. Let me get into here, slash app. Inside the app folder, I'm going to create a new folder called results, and inside the results I'm going to create a new file called route.ts. And inside this route.ts, so this is the route where we are going to, let me import the necessary things, import, okay, and then export const post is equals to asynchronous callback function. And inside this post method, I'm going to get the request, which is going to be the next request. And inside over here, I'm going to bring the try and catch function. And inside the catch, I'm going to simply display these values. Okay. Now inside the try, I'm going to get the user ID. If I don't have the user ID, I need to return the user response as unauthorized. If I have the user ID, I need to fetch the user data from the body. Okay. And I need to destructure those user informations, all those informations which is necessary from the body: uploaded image, output image, prompt, room styles, AI styles, username, user image, on all those informations. Then please make sure these values matches this, all those values: uploaded image, output image, prompt, room style, AI style, prompt, room style, AI style, username, user image. Don't make any spelling mistakes over there, otherwise it will cost you. So const saved result is equals to await db.generate room.create, open it. Then I need to supply the data, which is going to be user ID, which is going to be user ID. Then I need to supply the username, which is going to be username. If I don't have this username, then I'm just simply going this value as unknown user. Then user image, which is going to be user image. Otherwise, I'm just going to use the assets slash image slash avatar.jpg. Have assets slash image slash avatar.jpg. Then a room style, which is going to be room style. Otherwise, I'm just going to use the default one. Then I'm going to change this one into AI styles. Then I'm going to use the prompt. Then I'm going to send the upload image. Then I'm going to send the output image. So now we have all those things. And at last, I need to send, if everything is saved successfully, I need to return the next response as success and save the results successfully. Now let's get into the clients. Here, I'm going to simply say, if I don't have the upload image or output image, please generate the image before saving. That's the warning I need to send. And then I need to trigger the try and catch. And in the finally, I'm going to say set is saving. That is going to be true. And set is saving. That is going to be false. Okay. So right after here, I'm just going to say const response is equals to where we are doing API slash results. Please make sure that there is no spelling mistakes. Okay, is equals to await axios dot post. Make sure this function has an async function. Import the axios dot post method slash API slash results. Then I need to supply all those respective values over here. Okay, uploaded image, room style, AI style, username, user image, all those values you have to support it. Then if the response data is success, then we need to throw the success message, or else we need to throw the error message. And right after here, we need the router because we need to refresh the changes, right? So right after here, I'm just going to say const router is equals to use router from next navigation, so that error will be gone, right? So error will be gone. Then we are, after that, we are calling that clear after save that function in order to clear the entire stuffs. Okay, so let's check this out. I'm going to copy this home office modern, paste that prompt, and let me bring that image over here. Uploading, it's uploaded, done. Then now if I click generate, and you should be able to see it's showing that animation because of that use effect hook which we have, and it will wait in the 95% until the image is being processed. So usually it should show the log value over here. Let's wait until it's successfully done. All right then, so after a couple of minutes, it's been successfully generated the image. You can see this is the image, originally uploaded image, and this is the generated image, which means our AI model is working perfectly as it's supposed to be. So let me inspect the elements and let me get it in the network section. Close this. And now all I have to click this save. That should save this result. All right, so result has been successfully saved. You can see the payload. These are the payloads which we shared. But I'm wondering how this output image it's been displaying without, because okay, so we haven't displayed these image in our image tag powered by Next.js. We are displaying that image through this component, so that's the reason it was displaying. Okay, okay, fine. So now if I get into the neon db and if I refresh this, you should be able to see that data. Because for Firebase, displaying the Firebase image, we did configure in our next.config.app, right? Because that's a separate URL. Because we displayed that URL in our image tag, Next.js image tag, not in this component and a third party component. So that's the reason you don't have to configure that one. So now all we have to do is to fetch the image from the database and we have to display it over here. We need to supply it to the clients and we have to, right after the clients, we need to display it over there. So in order to fetch that, all we have to do is to go ahead and create a new function, right? So that's what we are going to do now. All right, so now what we have to do is inside the actions folder, I'm going to create a new file called fetch all designs by user ID and all, either by user ID or by all. That's the function that we are creating. So which is going to be use server function. Okay, so here let me bring the database. Okay, so now I'm going to create the function name, which is going to be export const fetch user design asynchronous function, which is going to be something like this, and it is going to take the user ID, popularity, and the date, because those are the filters that we are planning to do. So either you can filter it by fit this data by user ID, or we are trying to filter it by using popularity both in the ascending and descending order and the date in the ascending and descending order, right? So let's bring the try and catch. So in the catch statement, if there is any error is happening, I need to display that error and I'm going to return the empty array value. Okay, so now I need to fetch the designs. So what I'm going to do is let designs is equals to await db dot generated room dot find mini open it, where if the user ID is there, fetch the data based on the user ID, otherwise keep it as an undefined. Okay, then we need to based on the popularity, I need to get the data. So what I'm going to do is let me bring it over here. Okay, so mm, 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 one spelling mistake favorite. Okay, so what we're doing is if the popularity is in ascending order, so I'm going to sort the data. So I'm going to get the first and second value, then I'm going to compare the length along with it, and then we are doing this is the basic sorting algorithm that we use for sorting an array, right? So that's exactly the same thing that we are going to do with the date as well as date sort, and this is for a popularity sort. Okay, and at the end I'm just going to simply return the designs. This is it. This is all about the fetching function. So now let's get into the page.tsx, and here I need to fetch the designs. This is the dash where we are inside right now. We are in the dashboard, right? So inside the dashboard, we need to fetch the designs based on the user ID. So we will have the designs. Then I'm going to create a new component in order to display the designs. Okay, so let's go ahead and design that new component, designs.tsx. And here I'm just going to mark this as a use client and RAFC designs. Save it. Let me get back over here. I'm just going to bring the designs from add component, save it. So that should bring the designs over here. Okay, so for this designs, I'm going to bring a prop interfaces. Let me create an interface, designs props, and let me bring this generate that is going to be from generate room from add Prisma client. Okay, then I need to destructure those props inside over here. Let me bring those destructure uh, design props. I'm going to destructure all those things inside over here, and in here in the page.tsx, all I have to do is to supply the designs over here. So let's say designs is equals to designs. Then I need to supply the user ID, which is going to be the user ID. Okay, so let me get into the designs now. Let's go ahead and start structuring the designs. So if the designs.length is equals to 0, then I just need to return null. I don't want to display anything. Okay, if the I do have something, then I just need to change this, and I'm going to bring the container from /container, and let me make sure it is coming from @/components. Okay, inside the container, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to say class name, and pb padding bottom, which is going to be 40, and space y, which is going to be 4. Inside this container, if it is a design page, then which means if we are in the designs page, I don't want to display it. That means if it is not on designs page, then I need to display it. This has to tag. Okay, so now you should be able to see your designs, because we are going to reuse the same component in the designs page as well. As if the user is in the designs page, we don't want to display it. If the user is not in the designs page, we need to display it. So right after here, I'm going to bring a div class name, width of course it's going to be full, and grid column it's going to be 1, minimum medium grid column it's going to be 3, gap it's going to be 4. Inside over here, I'm going to use the designs dot map function, open it, get the design. Then I'm going to create the design card for ourselves. Then I'm going to supply the key, which is going to be the design dot id. Then I need to supply the design into it, design. Then I need to supply the user id, authenticated user id. So far we don't have that design card, so let's go ahead and create that internal component design card, which is going to be okay. And for this design card, we are going to generate two different properties. Right, these are the things. Then let's apply the design, and let's apply the user id, and let's use the proper naming convention. And it should return div for the time being. Okay, for the time being, let's say 1. So you should be able to see 1. The reason is because we have only one design. We are simply displaying the, let me show you here, design dot username. See, I should be able to see my name because I'm the one who created it, which means it's fetching the data and it's applying the data into here. So the division is now ready. Now what I need to do is this, it's going to be a card. Okay, so we are going to keep this as a card. So let me bring the card over here. Okay, so let me bring the card, and let me enable the word wrap so you can see it. So this is the style which I use, and please make sure at the top is coming from @/components /UI cards. Okay, so save this, and right after here I'm going to say designs dot favorites. If the user dot favorites dot length, if the length is greater than 0, then only I need to display that badge over here. This badge, the badge which we are talking about, this one. Okay, this is the one which I'm talking about. That's the part which we are designing right now. Okay, so badge, copy it, and I'm gonna paste it. So save it. So that will be displayed only if the value is greater than that. And then we are going to bring this copy this, bring it and import it all the way on the top. Okay, and I'm going to bring that over here. These are the same code which we returned over there, and you should be able to see that now. Okay, then right after here I'm going to bring the hover card, so you can search for hover card. This is the one, so I'm going to copy this and I'm going to paste it right after here, so you should be able to see the hover card now. So in the hover card over here, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring this hover card. Okay, so division with the full flex item center justify start. So for the open delay we are setting this 0 and closing delay we are setting this 100, and for card trigger I'm marking this as a child 1, and we are using the span tag to display the prompt, and inside the hover content we are displaying the entire prompt section over here. Save it. So you should be able to see the prompt. When I hover it, I should be able to see the complete prompt just like this. Okay, so you need to add this maximum width full, then only the truncate will work, otherwise it will not work. Okay, so right after that, now what I need to do is I need to display right after here I need to display these sections. So let's go ahead and do that now. So for that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring a div which is going to be class name, width is going to be full, and flex item center, justify everything in between. And inside here, if the design contains this user image, then I'm going to display div class name, flex item center, gap it needs to be 2, and right after here I need to display the user image. That is what we are going to display. Next image, please make sure it is being coming from next image. So save this. So we will get this, definitely will get this error because we need to configure this host name. So let's get into the next config, and let me get into here. Right after here, create one more object, get the host name and save this. And now if you refresh it, you should be able to see it's taking so long. Yep, now you should be able to see the user image over there, right? Perfect. And then next what we need to do is right after this image I'm going to create myself a division, and for that I'm going to display the paragraph tag where we can display the both username and the date in this specific format. We are displaying the username, and using the date we are supplying the created a date into it, converting into a local date string, getting it in this specific format, and we are displaying in this specific format. So that will be displayed like this. Okay, so once this is done, right after here I'm going to create one more div where I can able to display the badge of room styles. So this is what we are going to display. So I think I made a mistake importing the badge. The badge, it's not supposed to be lucid react badge, it's supposed to be component dot ui badge. Add / components and make sure you import on the top. Okay, so now you should able to see the home and the modern styles text. Then right after this division, I'm going to display the user ID for the favorite buttons, right? So I'm going to bring that and I'm going to display it. So let me bring the button from /UI button, and I'm going to bring the loader, and I'm going to bring this icon. So we need to create these two different states, and we need to bring those toggle different function. Okay, so for that, what I need to do is I'm just going to copy this. I'm going to bring it over here. This is favorite is basically based on the favorites array. If the design.favorites arrays includes the user ID, then that will be already marked as the favorite one. So user already marked it as a favorite one, then we need to highlight it. So, and right after that, on the top of it, const toggle favorite is equal to asynchronous function, open it. Okay, then we need to do one more thing, which is the loading state. Let's get the user router. Let's get the use states. So save these changes. Now you should be able to get this icon, right? But in the toggle favorite section, we haven't written any specific scripts over here, because that we need to create an API. Then we need to create the favorite options and everything. Okay, and let's go ahead and do that now. So before that, let's complete this toggle favorite function. So I'm gonna mark this set loading as true. Let me import the Axios. We are collecting the response from the specific Axios API / results, and we're supplying the ID. And if the result is success, then we are marking as the favorite one, or else we are simply refreshing this page. So save these changes, pass this is just the API calling which we use the same thing for the saving the results. So let's go ahead and create the API / results, and here I'm going to get the dynamic ID, and inside the dynamic ID I'm going to call this route.ts file. Okay, inside that I need to let me bring all those necessary import statements. Then here export const patch function. This is going to be an asynchronous function, and inside over here I'm going to supply the request, which is going to be the next request. Then along with this I need to supply one more params, which is going to be params, and that is going to be the params which needs to be handled through the promise. Inside this I'm going to supply the ID, which is going to be the string. This is how you need to handle the promise, because then only you can deploy this. Okay, then inside this I'm going to get the try and catch. In the catch statement I'm going to throw the error, whatever the error is coming, I'm going to throw that error. Okay, save it. And inside the try block we are going to fetch the ID from the params, and we are going to get the user ID. If the ID and the user ID, if there is any error, we are going to throw that unauthorized and not found error. Okay, we are accessing the ID from the params. Then we need to fetch the user ID. If the user ID is not there, returns the response as unauthorized. If the ID is not there, return the response as design not found. And here I need to fetch the existing designs. Existing design is equals to await db.generate.find unique opponent where the ID, supply the ID. So we are going to fetch that. If the it's not existing design is not there, then we need to return the error message as design not found. Okay, so here I need to figure it out. If that user ID is already in that existing design, then the user is already marked that one as the favorite one. So I need to fetch that information. If that ID is already there, then it is already favorite. Then I need to assign the quite opposite of this value in order to update it. That is what we are going to do now. So in order to update the favorites, so updated favorites, which is going to be, so is already favorite, I am going to fetch all those, because this is going to return all the favor marked favorited value designs. So on the each design, I need to fetch from the existing here. See here, if it is already favorite, then I need from the existing design, I need to fetch the favorites array, then I need to filter it, then I need to accept that user id, then I need to return except that user id, I need to return everything else in that array, right? Otherwise I'm going to destructure the complete design favorites, whatever the value in it, destructure it, then I'm going to add that current user id in that existing array, right? So this is what we are doing over here. Based on the state value only we are doing it. If the already user is selected as a favorite one, I need to remove that id. By using the filter method, we are removing the user id from the array. If the user id already not in that favorites array, then we are destructuring entire thing, then we are inserting that user id as a new value in that array. This is what it's happening over there. Then I need to update the room. Let's update the room by using this updated array which we generated, and at the end I just need to return the values. And at the end I just need to return the values. This is what that API is going to be. Let me get into over here and let's inspect the elements, and let's get into the network section. And if I click this one, yep, this one is marked as a favorite one. And if I click it again, this one will be removed, which is working perfectly as it's supposed to be, right? And then next, all we have to do is to go ahead and start finishing this designs page, which we don't have that yet. We have to go ahead and do that now. All right then, so now let's go ahead and start designing this designs page. So let me close all the other pages. Close it, close it, close it. Let me collapse this. Inside the apps, I'm going to create a new folder called designs, and inside the designs I'm going to create a new file called page.tsx, and I'm just going to say sfc designs page, designs page. Save this. If you click this, that is going to take you to the designs page. Perfect, which is that is what we needed it, right? But if you check it out over here, we having, if you refresh it, we having this nice skeleton loader options, and we having this filtering sections and all those things, right? So in order to do that, first I need to bring the interface for designs page props, open it. So I need to bring the search params. So based on the search params only, we are fetching the details. So I need to bring the search params, and this is the proper way to handle the search params. Okay, then I need to bring interface designs wrapper props, open it. So the props which are going to be popularity, date wise filtering options, and the user id, these are the things. Okay, then right after here I need to create ourselves that design wrapper. So let's create the design wrapper. So const design wrapper component. This design wrapper component, which is going to have this popularity and the user id and all those things as the prop. Design wrapper props. Inside this I need to bring those popularity and all those things, and here I need to fetch that designs. Const designs is equals to await fetch generated designs from that. and this needs to be an asynchronous function, and I need to supply for this function user ID can be null and popularity, and I need to supply the date. Okay, why we are setting it null? Because in the designs page we should able to display the complete designs generated by all the users, right? So this is going to fetch that, then return, it is going to return the designs from add components designs. Then for this I need to supply the designs, then I need to supply is design page because we are loading it on the designs page. Then user ID, I need to supply the user ID, right? So where we need to load this wrapper, so we need to load this wrapper in the designs page. So let's bring this in the designs page. I need to get the search params from the designs page props. Let's get the search params instance. Then inside over here I need to get the resolved props, resolved params. So const resolved params is equals to await search params, then const popularity is equals to from the resolved params I need to access the popularity, duplicate it, then I need to access the date from it. Okay, then I need to fetch the user ID, const user ID is equals to await auth, save it. Now inside over here, this is the place where we are going to display that section, and here I need to bring the container from add components container for this class name p4, and minimum medium devices p8, page wise equal to 8. Inside over here, this is the place where I need to bring the filters. Okay, and this is the place where I need to bring the suspense. I need to supply the key, which is going to be the popularity, and then the fallback UI, it's going to be, we need to bring the design skeleton, which we don't have that designs skeleton. We need to bring this design skeleton. Okay, and inside this suspense, this is the place where we need to bring the design wrapper. So we don't have that design skeletons, right? So I'm going to create that design skeletons right after here. Const design skeletons, it's going to be. So basically for the design skeletons, what we are going to do, we are going to return this one, skeleton. This is the one, but I'm going to restructure this one. This is the one we're going to use, but I'm going to restructure this one. Click this code, I'm going to copy this, then I'm going to import it. I'm going to import it. Okay, then I'm going to bring it over here. We are just going to copy and paste that code over here. We are creating a grid with the six with this structure, creating the grid. Then based on the array with the length of 6, we are creating this skeleton. We simply copied it and we pasted it over here. We are supplying the key as the index. Instead of this width, if instead of fixing the width as 250, we make this as a width full. Now if I check it out over here, save it, and see, you can able to see the filters. You can see that skeleton is loading perfectly, and the images or everything is being loaded based on the designs component itself. Now all we have to do is to go ahead and fix that filter controls, and that is the only thing that we have to do. So inside this, I'm going to create a new folder underscore components. I'm going to say new file filter controls.tsx. Here I'm just going to say use client RAFC filter controls, save it. Here instead of this filters, I'm just going to say filter controls, save it. Okay, so now in the filters controls over here, now what we have to do is let me bring all the necessary import statements. These are all the necessary import statements that I need to use in this particular section. Okay, so let me bring the things which I need to access. So first I need to access the use router and the search params. Then I need to get the popularity and the date. Okay, so from the search params get the popularity value and the date value, because that is what we are assigning over here. Okay, we are accessing it and setting it on our local value. Then I need to handle those changes. So whenever the user changing that, we need to handle that. So what we have to do, so you need to supply the key and the value, which is going to be the popularity is the key, and the value, what value we are setting, most popular, least popular, that's the value. So using the URL search param, we are creating a new params, and we are converting into a string, and we are setting it into the params. So if I do have the value, I need to set the params with the key and the value. For what? For the popularity, I'm setting a value as least popular, something like that. If I don't have the value, then I need to delete that specific key from the props, from the params over there. Then I need to push the user into that specific particular page along with that params. So once the params had been updated, designs page will automatically data fetch the design based on the parameters. Okay, this is all about that. And then okay, so I'm going to create a div with the specific styles like width, full, flex column, gap. It's going to be, and the medium devices, it's going to be flex row, medium devices, item center, medium devices, justify between, save it. Then I need to bring the select tags over here. First, we need to sort the value by popularity. So this is basically the select tag, which is provided by the Shadcn itself. Okay. Then we need to select the value by using the date. I need to keep a button to remove those filters, just like that. Okay, these are the things, mostly these are the things, the same tags which you can copy from the Shadcn itself. We just updated the value and it's on value change function. That's it. You can pass it and you can update it by yourself. Now when I change this into most popular, it is going to apply, it's going to push that URL. You can see the URL has been changed and it's trying to filter the data based on that. Currently this filter, everything will work perfectly as it's supposed to be. You don't have to worry about it. You just have to add the designs and you can um, see the changes over there. All right, so now all these functionalities and all those things is working perfectly as it's supposed to be. The one and only thing that we have to do is to go ahead and start working on the landing page. Mostly the landing page is all about the static content only. I'll just copy and paste these utility classes in order to reduce the time. You just pause the video and type it slowly so you can understand what exactly it's been happening over there, right? So let's go ahead and start working on the home page. Uh, all right then, so now let's go ahead and start design the home page. So for this, what we have to do is I'm just going to bring the function as the asynchronous function. Then right after here, I'm going to fetch the user ID, authenticated user ID from await auth function. So we can access the user ID because we need the user ID, right? So I'm going to remove this empty fragments and I'm going to bring the hero section. Under this component, I'm going to create a new sections. Let's bring the hero.tsx. Let's mark this as a use client, say RAFC hero, something like that. Okay, so let's go ahead and bring those things. So we need to supply these user ID and this is authenticated to the user, right? Which we don't have that. Of course, we need to make sure that added those props and everything. So let me bring those props and let's bring those user ID and is authenticated. Okay, so what we are going to do is, so basically um, this is going to be Okay, so for this, what we are going to do is I'm going to bring the section, okay, and for the section I'm going to load the background image. So inside the assets folder, if you check your assets folders in the public assets, and in the image section, yeah, in the image section you can able to see the stars one. So I'm going to copy this, and in the root folder I'm going to create a new folder called assets, and inside that I'm going to paste new folder called image, and inside that I'm going to paste that one. Okay, so we'll keep the stars inside the png. The reason why it's because I need to access this through the import statement, so that's the reason we are going to do that. So I'm going to import stars bg from at slash assets slash image slash stars dot png. Then I need to load that load that particular thing through the background positions of this particular style, which is going to be background image, which is going to be this dynamic string literal. Use the URL function, and then you need to supply that stars bg dot source. So that will display that over here. We are getting an issue. URL, inside the URL only we are supplying it. Okay, let's fix the sizes and everything, then let's see what is the issue might be. Class name, height, I'm going to fix the height as 492 pixels, and in the medium device I'm going to fix the height as 800 pixels. Then flex item center, overflow needs to be hidden. So now you should be able to see the image over there. See the background image, it's perfectly. Then I'm going to make this position as a relative one. Then I need to mask this image, so this is going to be a very big one. So mask this image. So basically what why we are using this mask image is because we need to see this suddenly the image is appearing over there, right? So we need to blend this image to our background. That's the reason we are masking the image with the gradient color over the top and at the same way at the bottom as well as, right? So that's the reason we are using that. So now it's perfectly blended in. Okay, so then right after that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring the absolute circle layer, absolute circle layers. Okay, so let me bring the first division. This is the first division. This is how the first circle, absolute circle layer should looks like. Then we need to start the planet kind of stuff. So I don't have the time to type it. That's the reason I'm just copying and pasting. You just can pause the video and you can type it all by without any mistakes, or you can simply access the complete code in the git dist file in the description below. You can simply copy and paste it. Okay, so you can go ahead and copy that complete file and you can paste it. It will work as it's supposed to be. Click the link in the description below, so that will take you to this public gist, so you can simply copy and paste all the landing page static code completely from here. And that is what I'm going to do. I'm going to get that completely and put it over here. Okay, so we don't have the framer motion, so let's go ahead and add that pnpm add framer motion. And along with this we need to add one more thing, which is going to be this one at do little npm add at do little react player. Okay, these are the two things we have to add. So it's successfully added. Well, I just added this npm add framer motion. Yep, now that issue is gone. I don't know why it's that showing npm run dev. So let me refresh this page. So once everything is done, you should be able to image slash. Yep, now you can see the animations start working perfectly. Okay, then right after here, what I'm going to do is create one more in the component here. I'm going to create one more, which is going to be logo ticker.tsx. Okay, so in that logo ticker.csx, I'm going to copy and put it over here. Complete logo ticker. You can copy that same thing from the description. So let me bring the logo ticker. So that is going to bring the logo ticker over here. Then I'm going to bring the features section, which is going to be new component. These are all just the static code. You can I already dropped that video which I watched and learned this how to prepare this. I already dropped that video link in the description below, so you can go ahead and watch that video how to build this landing page completely, or you can simply copy and paste the code which I have provided. Features, okay, this is the features, and add, and we need to bring the footer. Let me create the footer.tsx. Okay, so let me get in the layout and let me bring the footer. So that should bring the footer all the way at the end. So now we have ourselves all the complete one. Okay, so now all we have to do is to go ahead and deploy this project. So before deploying this project, I'm going to close all these things. Close all, get into the package.json, because in the package.json I have to include this post script, this one right after here. I need to include the post script, and I don't need this inside the UI. I don't need the charts, because in the charts we are getting some unwanted issue in the from the Shadcn. So let me delete that charts. Okay, and let me get it in the Shadcn. Let me copy this command because we need to remove that. We need to remove charts, chart. See, charts, chart component. This is the component that you need to remove. Chart, hit the command, you need to remove that one before deploying it, otherwise it will show you an issue. Okay, so please remove it. Okay, so I think now pretty much everything is done, and now all we have to do is to push all these changes. Project is done. Commit it, pull or push to that will be pushed completely. All right, so now let's get back into our Vercel. Open up the Vercel projects. Okay, so I'm going to create myself a new project, and this is the one, YouTube July. Just now it has been pushed completely. Choose this one, and I'm going to delete this AI room planner full stack Next.js app. And under the environment variables, I'm going to copy every environment variables and I'm going to put it over here. Okay, then I'm just going to click this deploy. This might take a couple of minutes. You just have to sit tight until it's successfully done. So let's wait until it's successfully built it completely. Okay, so let's wait. So once you cross this linting and checking validity sections, which means it started to generate your complete pages, which means the project is completely successfully deployed, right? So it's deploying the outputs now, which it will be done in a couple of minutes. Yes, it's successfully done. And now all we have to do is to wait. Yes, click to continue to the dashboard, which is successfully done. And you can see this is your project URL. Click this. That is going to take you to the project URL. There we go. So there you have to authenticate yourself. Click the designs, which is loading the skeletons, and it's loading the complete generated image, right? And you have to click the generate options, and you have to click the continue to Google section. Click the continue. There we go. So once you're logged in successfully, you can get into the dashboard sections, and there you can able to upload all the images and everything, and you can check these informations and everything. All right. So this is it. I hope you enjoy this video, because as I said, we never copied and pasted any line of codes. By the time when we are generating the AI models and all those things, the most important stuff, we never copied and pasted. The landing page, of course, it's just a static content, and I already provided the code. You can simply copy and paste it, or you can click the link in the description below, open that video link, and you can watch it completely from the scratch, how they build that video from the channel, right? And they are super awesome. They have the multiple landing page over there. Okay, so I hope you enjoy this project, and if you have enjoyed this project, if you have anything any questions or any valuable feedback, so feel free to drop it in the comment sections, and we will definitely get back to you as soon as possible. Thank you. I'll see you in the next project.